Oh, cool. Had the mic on mute this whole time. Hold on a second, let me mute and unmute myself for the effect. Alright. Good morning, folks. Happy Monday. Today, we're going to do something a little sneaky and play a VN. A mystery detective VN that's pretty near and dear to me. Today we are going to play Kara no Shoujo. Now, the thing is, it's a little ambiguous to me where exactly Kara no Shoujo stands as far as kosherness or halalness for Twitch. Because if you look over right, here's the part where I played Rule's Lawyer. If we look over at the prohibited games list, the games themselves are some very obviously reprehensible games that we don't want to play on stream anyway, like Second Life. One of my exes was very into Second Life, and I don't want to touch that. And some that are very obvious why they're banned, just from their titles alone. And the ambiguous ones, you can kind of guess based on their neighbors. So, when it comes to explicitly never, not gonna do it, you better not do it or else, there's a bit of a theme to it, you know? There's things that they absolutely do not want on the platform. But it is a non-exhaustive list. The guidelines in general is ESRB rating of adult only, and violations of the community guidelines in regards to hate speech, sex, nudity, gratuitous gore, extreme violence. Now, here's where it gets tricky, right? Here's where it gets tricky. And here's where rules lawyering comes into play. Kara no Shoujo isn't just a really cool detective game. Kind of a historical period detective game, because it takes place in post-war Japan following the American occupation. And Japan's going through its own period of post-war recovery. And there's like nastiness going on. And you are a rather, let's face it, ineffective detective whose task is solving some murders, some very bizarre murders. But it's also explicitly an arrow game. It is eroji. It is eroji, and it is listed as adults only on Steam. But Steam is not the ESRB. That's merely a measure of what one vendor, segregates on its own platform as far as who could see what products. So it's not ESRB rated adults only, but it is eroji. But in a game like this, there are two times when the eroji elements come out. There's a few elements that are meant to titillate, that excite. And check this right. For those parts, I've got a little censorship system in place. With a push of a button, you get happy butterflies. It will block out any naughtiness. But in this game, chances are, if anything naughty does happen, somebody's going to die. Somebody is going to die, or it's going to be in a situation that is meant to disturb the player. Because it does kind of have horror elements to it. But anyway, when the naughtiness comes out, we got the butterflies, so... You know, we played Witcher, and have seen the sex scenes on that. People play Dead by Daylight, with what I find to be very shocking, horrific, violent mutilations. Like the first time I watched Death by Daylight, I had no idea what that was, so I was shocked. I was stunned. I contorted my body in sympathy the first time I saw a human being lifted off the ground and shoved onto a meat hook to twist and squirm while grabbing the protrusion sticking out of their chest. So the rules are a bit vague, it's got wiggle room. So I'm hoping that by being a bit cautious and conservative about my approach to the game, it should be alright. And it's not like I'm the first one who would have played Kara no Shoujo on Twitch, right? There's one player who's played as recently as 2 years ago, and I would count 2020 as incredibly recent. 2 years ago is within the ballpark, within the window of practically this year, practically last year. So that's some precedent for it being okay-ish, for it being streamable on the platform. There's another one from 2 years ago, so it's not just La Zenra each time. 3 years ago, Pros, more 5 years ago, so it happens. People stream it. So hopefully it should be fine. We'll toss the butterflies when needed. We'll be judicious with them. And worst case scenario, if it turns out that it doesn't really work out either way, then oh well. I got my Twitch payout for the year. So we got other games we could play on the off chance that the hammer does come down for Kara no Shoujo. Which isn't going to be a blind playthrough. This isn't the first time I played it, just so you know. I played this way ages back when I first got into VNs. I would have said when I first got into them. When I first got into them was Satofo Boyfriends, Pigeon Dating. That was basically... Well, no, hold on, because we do count Ace Attorney these days. Listen, little secret from history. When Ace Attorney was first released to the West, when it first became popular overseas, we didn't think of it as a visual novel, we thought of it as an adventure game. And on the internet, it was kind of an edgy joke to go, hey, you do realize you could technically count this as a visual novel, you weebs! But nowadays, the visual novel elements are taken as a foreground bit that people see it as. And adventure game is kind of what people have to remind themselves that it also counts as, so kind of flipped. But anyway, what really got me into like the less interactive VNs was around this period with Kara no Shoujo. I think it was either Madoka or Psychopaths that made me aware of Gen Urobuchi. Urobuchi? Wow, I really butchered that name. Urobuchi. Sorry, it's early for me. And you know, I read that he did some work on some other, on some other stuff, like, what was it? What was his, what he cut his teeth on? Saya no Uta? I think Saya no Uta is what I first got into. Went from like anime with Gen Urobuchi to Saya no Uta, and from Saya no Uta to games like Kara no Shoujo, and then Eden plus Mosaic. Now Saya no Uta, I am not going to play on stream, or ever again beyond my introductory, okay, let's check this out, because that's a whole different ballpark. Even if Twitch said this is absolutely allowed, I'm not going to do it. Saya no Uta doesn't have the artistic merit, I think. Well, it's art. Everything's art. But it's art meant to just shock you, really. the horrific stuff is more meant to just like disturb and gross you out with the cannibalism and such. The pedophilia is taken as too sincere, so Sayano Uta is not making it. Eden plus Mosaic, also not gonna do. It's clean. The dirty bits are only the plus Mosaic parts, which is just all the extras. But it is a visual novel in the truest sense of the word. It's just 15 hours of reading through the story. I love it. It drives me to tears, but not really stream worthy. Kara no Shoujo I think is, but while it isn't the first time I played it, it's been years, and let me show you something. Here is a guide, the guide you could say, for Kara no Shoujo, and there's a lot to it. It's not just a whodunit detective story, but getting to the not even how they did, getting to the point where you get to the whodunit. It's a complex thing with having to do things correctly in certain orders, and I haven't remembered anything except for like the broadest of strokes, and I'm not gonna remember these steps for all these settings and characters. So it might as well be fresh, right? I know the broad strokes, vaguely who's who, and what to keep my eye out for the butterflies. And naturally, the bits that drive me to tears, but it's basically fresh. So 17 minutes in. Let's pop this baby open. Goodbye music, we'll come back to you when we get to the bar. Alright, that's all up, good. A work of fiction. Countries, locations, groups, and characters are coincidental. Even the countries. Japan, totally coincidental. They didn't realize there's already a country by that name. The config should be okay. Audio looks good. Didn't test it, mostly I tested to see if it worked. But all should be alright. Also, I reiterate, when I played this game the first time, it messed me up. I'm a softie, but there were certain situations in my life wherein having an artsy girlfriend with rough home lives, some troubles going on inside of her head, a ditzy best friend, etc., etc., and then going through all the scenarios in this story. Oh. One of those things that you discover at just the perfect time to really impact you in all the best ways. Alright, let's get into it. Let's shake out some excess energy first, because I feel some excess energy in here. Not quite nerves, but if you like suffer nerves from like having to talk to people or stand up before something, it helps to physically shake it out. Jump around for a bit, just shake your arms and legs, do some push-ups if you gotta. Human body is great at penting up energy, and so sometimes you just gotta release it all. Prologue, the Phantom Castle. After being awakened by his phone just before dawn and picked up by a Toyo patrol car, Kyozo Iwazumi finally arrives at Fuchu's Thomas Cemetery. I'm not going to read everything, because there was a lot of text in the game. The dialogue is voiced. The prose isn't. But if I read everything, folks, we're going to be here until Christmas. cemetery is shrouded in deep fog, dead branches snap underfoot as he makes his way inward.
ここか。お疲れ様です。
Officers.
おう、どうなってんだ。あ、第一発見者は付近の住人です。さで、仏はどこだ。
Too many disturbing cases cropped up lately. And still no leads on the dismemberment case from the other day.
任せるか。
A certain detective comes to mind. Tokisaka Reiji. That's us, I'm pretty sure. Egg of Neonus Part 2 by Katsuragi Shin. In exchange for a small black egg, she received a torso, right arm, right leg, and left leg. However, she still lacked a head. She surveyed her surroundings but could not glimpse anyone else. This won't do. What am I to do? I can't complete Mother with this, she fretted. No matter whose head she obtained, it would not have her mother's face. Oh, Mother, where could your face be? She asked this of a large black egg. However, it did not answer. Oh, Mother, my mother inside of here, could your face be within this shell? With that thought in mind, she could no longer wait. She put the large black egg on the ground and raised a large black stone aloft with both her hands. Halt. Thou must not break the shell. The words of her mother inside the egg did not reach the girl's ears. She swung the black rock downward. Crash! A clear sound rung out. Cracks appeared on the large black egg, scattering bits of shell. Mother, where are you? Whilst chipping away the cracked shell, the girl peered inside. There was nothing within but a thick red fluid. Where is my mother? She thrust her hands into the red fluid and stirred it around, but her fingers did not grasp her mother's head. The red fluid inside the large black egg leaked out through the cracks in the shell. In an instant, the ground was stained red. Ah, Mother is spilling out! In a panic, the girl got down on her hands and knees, but most of the red fluid had already been absorbed by the earth beneath her. No! No! Mother! With large teardrops spilling down her face, she cried out for her mother. But her mother would not come back. The girl cried until all the tears left in her body had been cried out. In time she stood up. She had no more tears left to cry. All that was left was a headless body of her mother, and the shell of the broken black egg. I've got to look for my mother. After murmuring that, she dug in the ground that had been stained red by what was formerly her mother, then buried both the large black egg shell and her headless mother's body. Her work done, the girl set out once more to find her mother. I don't think this girl is right in her head. Song 1. The 2 Sen Copper Coin. 1956, March 3. And a whole bunch of other meteorological data. I, Tokisaka Reiji, in my office in Shinjuku. My first introduction to Shinjuku was Demon City Shinjuku, so I always get a bit of nervousness around it. A simple case, wealthy man killed, his son arrested, but the guy insists he was innocent. Show that his old man had offed himself, all there is to it. A nice little fee. What is with playing a starving protagonist? There's a kind of charm to it. Like Ace Attorney even. They're always strapped for clients and rent, aren't they? A murder over inheritance, murder over factory eviction, murder over dispute in the red light district. Or the entertainment district, as Kimetsu no Yaiba puts it. Oh, they're just full of murders. It's only, what, a decade out from the biggest of them? Pretty dangerous times indeed. I mean, it thrives on the misfortune of others, but it doesn't have to be murder. It could be, you know, bog-standard infidelities. Husband's cheating, go stalk him, get some pictures. Also, I looked it up, and it turns out Kara no Shoujo 2, that wasn't out in English when I first got into this game, is out, has been out. It's not on Steam, but I can pick it up off the game's website, which I do plan to do at some point, after getting this out of the way. I hear it's a different tone though. A different tone doesn't go so hard in on the students. So might be even more kosher than this game is. No case at the moment. Well, that's fine though, we just clear one up, right? Located near Shinjuku Station. See, that's how you do it. Work, near transportation, or near home. At least that was always my thing, me being lazy and never learning how to drive at a 23, so having to walk everywhere. It is pretty limiting though. If you can't drive, just what opportunities are available to you. Because could be you live in a place where there simply aren't job opportunities unless you drive a half hour away or 2 hours by foot. During my absence, contacted here, followed by my home address. Trusting for a detective into murders? What about client data? Client data and case data? That's not worth locking up? I'm sure that if I was a local, or somebody more familiar with the local geography, all these directions would mean something, but I'm just taking it in stride, yeah? You say so? Let me move some windows around real quick. There we go. Already past 11, huh? A simple cafe. A moon world.
すみません、今日はもう閉店で。
Kyoko?
あら、時坂くんだったの。今からだと入れ直すのに時間がかかるけど、いいかしら。
Oh, I just realized my own guy's not voiced, is he? I guess a player protagonist. You want to keep voiceless so that you could put yourself into him? If it's gonna be a while, then a hot water soju should be fine.
そう？
I was trying to do Daru, but I can't do a Daru.
私ももらおうかな。
I'm gonna be at this rate. It was a busy week this week and weekend between relatives on dad's side coming over for dad's birthday. So, went to the funeral to picnic with him, then had a big dinner afterwards, And then mom's birthday party this weekend, so all the Palawan relatives coming over for an even bigger feast. I did good though. I mostly stuck to very sashimi, a whole lobster, a salad to keep it healthy, but didn't really overindulge in anything else. But it still put so much of the over-encumbrance, and I could feel it, and you could see it. I'm not gonna be able to eat for a week.
だってもうお店は閉めちゃっているもの。
Already closed, but always room for a friend. Oh, she's having one too.
はい、どうぞ。あら、あの子ここに置いていっちゃったのね。
A good VN has to begin with introducing you to everybody relevant to the plot to really see the major actors.
この前雇った新しい子。前に話したでしょ。住み込みだし、部屋にいるから呼んでくる？
No, what? Your employee's on her off time. They're gonna drag her out.
そう。おいしい。
Let me give myself a quick tech check here. Good. All looks good.
当たり前じゃない。ちゃんとした麦焼酎よ。
I don't know about barley soju, but barley tea's got a pretty unique taste to it, I think.
あまりお酒は出ないお店だけど、それでもいいものを揃えているんだから。
Like, almost tastes like a beer. It's weird, but it isn't.
まさかこのくらいで酔うわけないじゃない。酔いたい気分になることはあるけれどね。
She wants to let loose, just have fun. Relax for a spell.
まあ今は忙しくてそれどころじゃないけれどね。
Oh, wait, hold on. I was also playing a lot of Steins Gate at this time, too. So maybe it went more Steins Gate to this, and then onwards? With connection with Gen Urobuchi, with Psychopaths and Medica to Saina Uta? I can't remember, that was years ago. Trying to recreate, like, 2013 or 2014 era Mi's footprints.
お仕事は順調？それがいいわよ。仕事のしすぎで体を壊しちゃ元も子もないから。
True words. One of the biggest things for Dad was just letting go. Couldn't let go of his office, couldn't let go of his work. Even with the cancer returning and picking up pneumonia and.
だといいんだけれど。
You gotta step back, folks. Even if you're not that desperately in. Take care of yourselves. Let loose, relax. You're
休める
saying,
うちに休んでおいた方がいいわよ。
you're saying she's single, stressed out, and you two are friends. Oh, what? This is just friends hanging out, no charge.
今日はサービスしておいてあげる。私も飲んだしね。私がおごりたい気分だったのよ。
See, you got chemistry, and she's single,
ありがとう。
and she owns her own business. You own your own business, double income, no kids. Be a couple of dinks.
ええ、おやすみなさい、時坂くん。
Dinks with the hookups of the drinks. Oh no, gotta walk all the way home then. Oh, was it? Okay. Really, really love her. Love every single part of her. Someone is really putting her up on a pedestal, descended to stand here with me.
風が気持ちいいね。
I'm not a lesbian, and neither is she, but still deeply in love with her. I mean, different kinds of love, I'm sure. But I wonder if it's not just because it's the 50s, and she's got stuff internalized. The daughter of an impoverished pigment maker, and someone who's called mistress in her home.
どうしたんだい？なんでもないわ。見てごらん。月が綺麗だよ。
It's pretty, it's alright.
そして湖面に映る月もゆらゆらと揺らめいて、なんとも幻想的だと思わないかい？ええ、とても。そして君も。
Who hasn't been in love and seen their beloved in this way? That's also why this game was such an impact for me at the time. A younger me falling deeply in love.
そうだね。綺麗な瞳だ。髪も伸びたね。私たちが出会った頃はもっと短かったのに。
Oh, you're trying to grow it like hers? Aw, she does. Want it to be like you. Want her to be closer to you.
でも、私、癖っ気だから、お手入れが大変で。
Gotta brush it 100 times a day.
それはいけないな。今度私が使っている洗髪料をあげるから試してみるといい。本当？
Honto?
嘘をつく意味がないじゃないか。そろそろ帰ろうか。
I think she's got things she needs to admit to herself.
もう少し一緒にいてもいい？
See, especially for a younger, deeply in love me in a long distance relationship who can only see his partner like what? A week or a few weeks at a time, and then that's it for the year's budget?
仕方ないな。それでは家まで送っていきましょう。お嬢様。
Ooh. You know, as much fun as those old times were, and as much pain as it was to lose it all, pretty glad that it's all behind, the pain especially, so I could play stuff like this again and not be like, the pain, the memories, that used to be us, oh. The grief is over, thankfully. March 4, high tide. Not yet 8. Lucky, I would love to wake up at not yet 8. But with the cat, it's always 6 o'clock at the latest when he starts scratching and meowling. And he gets so desperate when you don't let him out. He scratches and meows even more. And then starts biting at your feet because he's getting bored. Little sis character, Yukari.
朝食はいりますか？そうですか。でもその前にきちんと着替えてくださいね。昨晩帰ってきたまますぐに眠ってしまったのでしょ?
Flaxed dress shirt. What? Is that how all people fall asleep? In the clothes he wore that day? Even his shoes on. Oh, indoors.
シワだらけじゃないですか。洗濯しますから脱いでください。兄さんの服はそこにありますから。脱いだ服は脱衣所のカゴに入れておいてくださいね。
やれやれ。He's got a very nice house for someone who might have to live paycheck to paycheck if the jobs don't come in. It's pretty chilly this morning, so it's a fitting game for this time of year.
今朝は随分と暖かいと思いますけど。かもしれませんね。風邪薬出しておきますか?
Yeah, but he's a working man who does cases. He's got to see what's up. Anything good at the newspapers? Oh, small article about a murder. A female corpse discovered in Tama Cemetery. And can't be identified. And another corpse. And girls disappearing at the academy. Gonna be good work for us in this economy. Next to the Tanapoya? Not at a walkable distance. Oh, but unsafe because the American military officers live along the way. Is it? I don't know, maybe our setup is different, but it looks a bit cluttered to me. Whoa. You don't trust your bro to do housework. So it's not that she subscribes to the old adage, chores are for women. Simply has no faith in me. Ouch. If I could do housework, I'd clean my office in Shinjuku. Your own sister, who adores her Oni-chan, has to clean both house and office, a poor thing. Practically a live-in maid, for free. And she does her own schooling. She does schooling, keeps house, and keeps office without being paid. Hole up in the library. Dang. Spacious, well stocked. The Tokisaka were a family of historians, so his parents left behind the extensive library. Oh, there it goes, and living off his family's wealth. Amassed quite a bit of esoteric knowledge, but weak visioned. Same. I gotta get myself new glasses. I've had these ones since like 2016. So, they are well overdue for an updating.
兄さん、コーヒーはいかがですか？お茶菓子もありますから、どうぞ。
I can't, I had too much this weekend. Headed back to the library after, which does mean free time.
お暇そうな兄さんにお仕事の依頼です。家事で忙しい妹に代わってコーヒー豆を買いに行っていただきた
When
い
you
ので
put
す
it
けど。
that way, how could we possibly say no? He says it for the smile, I say it more for the guilt tripping.
よろしくお願
You
いし
can
ます、
do
ね。
that? You could just buy beans from a cafe?
だって兄さん、放っておいたらいつまでも行きそうにないですから。兄さんは考えていることがすぐ顔に出るからわかりやすいわ。
She's got him pegged. I don't think I've seen that bad art.
じゃあ行ってらっしゃい、兄さん。
30 minutes from house to the bar? That's pretty nice. Oh, to the station. Being tailed. Already, but the game just started. Sundays was packed with families. So we could escape through them, right? Some social stealthing? Taking a rest at a poor, overworked Emotu, sent just specifically to help her out. Lousy smarch weather. She's taken our bench, how dare she? Oh, the Girls' Academy?
Yeah. ずいぶんと遠回りをしたのだね。おかげさまで足が棒になってしまいそうだよ。
Oh, so you were our tail. But for what cause?
どうだった？
Just students being cheeky?
探偵が尾行される気分さ。
Oh, she knows us.
あなたの家からついてきたからね、時坂さん。
From my house. Maybe she's a client who saw the sign on the door because she needed work, or needed us to do some work. went to the house and followed us out. Oh boy.
それで私の尾行はどうだったかな？
Noticed her right away, but she still followed us all the way out here. Yeah, was sure that we'd shaken her, but here she is.
朽木塔子。私の名前さ。
The winter in which trees decay, is that the meaning? A transient, ephemeral name? Is that a bit of foreshadowing?
いつ果てぬともわからぬ。すぐに壊れて消えてしまいそうな名前でしょ？
I mean, it's poetic.
無理しなくともいいよ。名は体を表すとも言うからね。私にぴったりの名前。そこが好きなんだ。探偵に頼むことなんて一つしかないじゃないか。お仕事の依頼だよ。
Did she pay though? I just realized she is a student.
聞いてる？
A request from a girl her age probably wouldn't amount to much. Exactly what I was thinking.
探してほしいんだ。私を。本当のね。
But you're a teenage girl. That's gonna be like shifting and changing over time. You're gonna find your true self like 15 times minimum by the time you're 18.
時坂さん、また会おう。
Those whippersnappers, the 1950s. They don't even know they're supposed to be old folk. Greeted by a cute scream. The first loot of the game. It's a minor one though, just some panties. As we can see, she's meant to be the ditzy character, I guess.
申し訳ありません。何か。
New employee, but already dropping everything, accosting the customers. You're out!
雨宮初音と言います。以後よろしくお願いいたします。
At least the game actually puts the names in the same order as they're being spoken. I get it, it's a difference in convection between the Japanese standard and the Western standard. But it's always a little bit jarring, right? When the characters say it one way, and then the text says it in the opposite. And you're like, come now, my ears just said it's the other way around. If it's dubbed, I get it. But if they're saying one thing and the text says another, it's kind of a, you kind of notice it.
こちらのお席へどうぞ、お客様。
Okay, don't forget, man, you're here for the coffee beans.
時坂くんは特別だもの。他のお客さんにはきちんとしているわよ。
What? Being bumped into is special service? Glowers at me, what did I do?
今はたまたま空いている時間なのよ。 コーヒーでいいかしら。
And some beans? She's fine with that?
ゆかりちゃんのお使い。今日はね、ブラジルブルボンのいいのが入ってるのよ。
Well, she's gotta make do, right? If we're not gonna be here to sample her copies directly, she's gotta up the premium.
でも美味しいわよ。
Just starts weighing it out. She can't do that.
じゃあ量を少し減らしてお値段もおまけしておいてあげるわね。探偵の仕事お休み中で厳しいのかしら。探偵なんですか？初音ちゃん、お客さんに失礼でしょ。時坂くんだからいいけれど。
Is it being rude to show a genuine interest and make your customer feel like they're at home? I don't know, I guess it's service industry, right? And some people want service industry to be servant industry.
すみません。いえ、そうではなくて、私がお世話になった人が上野で探偵業を営んでまして。
That's the previous game, but I haven't played that one. But there are a few characters who cameo from it. That guy.
私にいろんなことを教えてくださったんです。
If it's a guy I'm thinking of, it's
文字の
entirely
書き
possible.
方だって教わったんです。そんなことありません。ちゃんと優しかったんですから。あれ、そんなことは。時坂くん、あまり意地悪しちゃダメよ。この子ウブなんだから。京子さんまでそんなこと言うんですか？もう。
I mean, if it was that guy, probably not much sheltering at all, right? Of his, that guy. Where Seta made it clear.
私が以前いたお店に間借りしていたんです。
The store in Ueno where the guy always stirred up trouble.
時坂くん。
Oh, a shameful expression.
私は初音は娼婦でした。でもね、時坂くん、この子はお手伝いだけでお座敷に上がったこともないから。
Oh. See what you do for teasing the poor worker?
え？ 宇雀様です。
Looks like a tone of respect.
雪代が亡くなった後、宇雀様は私を養子に迎えてくださいました。
Unfortunately, I can only take all this at face value. I haven't played the previous game and I haven't looked up on it to get any prior knowledge.
はい、ですから今は母様です。
Giving your head a final pat. How many pats have we been giving during this conversation? You suddenly feel awkward?
ありがとう、時坂くん。 あ 時に戻ります。
I just realized I have a notebook. Could I access it?
あらあら、初音ちゃん照れているみたいね。
Ah, that just advances the text. Oh well. The sun is already starting to set. It wasn't even lunchtime. Our sister set us off to get some beans, a half-hour bit of work. And it took the entire day. It's no wonder she doesn't rely on us. Ridiculously oversized shoes. Detective Gumshoe! An active duty police officer. Is that what we're doing like?
てめえがあっちを留守になんかしているから俺が西荻窪組んだりまで来る羽目になっちまったんだろうが。
Oh, he calls us Teme.
おかえりなさい兄さん。寒いのに外で待っていただくわけにもいかないでしょ。それに魚住さんはお仕事でいらしたんですよ。お話を聞いて差し上げないと。
We gotta find a teenage girl's true self.
兄貴とは違ってよくできた妹だよな。お前好みの山だよ。
私は席を外しますね。
先日な、井の頭公園で女のバラバラ死体が発見された。
Didn't somebody tell us about a murder in a park?
もう一つある。一昨日か、府中の多摩霊園でも女の死体が発見された。ない、手口が全く異なっている。井の頭公園で出たやつは胴体以外両腕と両足、それに頭だった。霊園のはほぼ全身が残っていたが、遺棄された状態が特殊すぎる。
Everything but the torso. Thomas Cemetery, body's pretty much full, but method bizarre.
墓地に埋められていた。それだけならともかく、片足だけ地表に出されて火がつけられていた。
Huh? The funerary candle, the human body does have fat in it. An allusion to something?
やっぱり食いついてきやがったか。だが今のところ何も分かっちゃいねえ。あとはそうだな、確か左腕が切断されていた。
Left arm amputated, so maybe it's a similar MO then. If the first body is missing the torso, and this body is missing an arm?
お、周囲からは発見されていない。
Narrow the scope of the investigation, which would be
お
impossible.
前さんには多摩霊園の件を任せたい。こちらも人手不足でな。
We're getting paid for this, right?
受けるんだろ。
He's gonna pay us, isn't he? Because if so, sure.
お前さんが殺しの話で断るはずがねえからな。
But there's murders every single day around here. These are dangerous times. It's not very unique. Unconvincingly denying it.
動くのは明日からだ。任せたぜ。
Interest stems from a case from 6 years ago. Okay, spoilers for like a 50-year-old game, but This is one of those games where the closer you get to the truth, the more you die horrifically. And basically, to get the best ending, you end up not doing very much of anything. So I guess we'll see how exactly he gets to that point. If I do this correctly, there's like lots of dead ends and game overs, because you gotta do things very particular sometimes. I'm not going to use a guide, I'm going to try to go through as much with intuition as I possibly can. 1 foot on fire. No idiom for lighting one's foot on fire, but a fire under one's feet is the closest. Danger's approaching. Left arm amputated. Why? Not for fingerprints, otherwise both arms, so I just one. Oops. Skip some last bit of text. Dismemberment. Simpler, both arms, both legs, the head. Easy to transport. So murder first, then dismember. I should hope so. Torso out there discarded. Start investigating the people related to her, if we could learn her identity. Okay, let me get the butterflies at the ready. A number of soap blends near my office. I thought I wanted a bath. Soap blends a different service entirely. A single murder? Or mere coincidence, 5 kilometers apart as a crow flies. Which could be within a single person's range of movement? Could possibly own a car? For body moving purposes? Which could be anybody in 1953. Sorry folks, it does a Steins Gate thing where you get some bath time titty early on in, accidentally walking in on somebody. Just your little sister instead of Mayuri and Kurisu. Big brother, sorry. Pretty cramped if you both get in together. No, 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 my dear sister. The problem's entirely different. The classic I could wash your back at least? Nah, I'll pass. She's very nonchalant. Very doesn't care about modesty at all. Kind of a minor character trait, but I'm pretty sure that's for the fetishists. Yukiri cocks her head doubtfully. I turn away and leave the changing room. Nah, that's not composure. It's not her being the classic ideal of the statuesque Japanese household woman. It's for the nerds. It's for the little sister nerds. I don't think she's bangable though. The game does let you bang all sorts of women that you meet. They have their own roots and everything. But I'll give it credit, I don't think there's any for the sister. And I think that's basically the only real teaser is for him. You see her tits there and that's basically it. Then the game opens up to every other girl in the world.
背中流しましょうか、兄さん。
Most of whom, need I remind, lead to bad ends. Horrific, gory, bloody bad ends. Again, if she's paying. We never did discuss payment with her, did we? Yeah, exactly. Like I said, her true self is gonna change 15 times before she's 18.
兄さん、そろそろ寝ますね。
And she'll still be hunting it. I'm still hunting mine. Not really hunting, more like just accepting that the self changes and is shaped by so many things. And the self is kind of a nebulous thing anyway. You have your idea of yourself, but your idea of the self is kind of idealized. It's a source of panic for some that other people had this idea of you that is different than the you who you are. But nah, the you that other people see and believe in is just as much you. It's like the final few episodes of Evangelion, where it gets all psychological right about all that stuff. All those different competing yous are you. You are all those bits. The parts of you that you hate and regret, the parts of you that you strive to be, the parts of you that only exist as judgments by other people, those are all you. We are very complex organisms. I mean, she goes to your school. Do you know anyone who talks like that?
今ここにいる自分は本物の自分ではないという考えでしょうか。今の自らに不満があり、どこかに幸せな本当の自分がいると思っている。
This tea smells so good. It tastes so good.
謎かけだとしたら、もっと答えは簡潔でしょうか。お役に立てたのでしたら幸いです。おやすみなさい、兄さん。
You can't really tell by looking, man. I mean, you know, from the millennial perspective, it seemed pretty clear cut. But I guess he's from the pre-war generation. Don't know how accurate your impression is. Inside the cat-like girl's heart. March 5th. Oh, 56. I kept saying 53. Well, the date isn't there for too long, and you only get the month of the day in the corner. Sunny side-up eggs. Is a note runny? Please go to work. I'll prepare dinner. Yukari. We didn't get to walk her to school though, with all this danger going on. Miso soup and sunny side up eggs. I'd make some for myself if I didn't have 2 birthdays to make up for. Now the office is clean. Still pristine. It actually is, dang. Oh, now we get the notebook. The icon was there, But I guess it's like shaded out, so we couldn't use it yet. As a map, fill it up with what I've learned until now. Hey, I got the notebook now. What do we know? Characters. Hazuku Kyoko. Old friend of mine, owns Cafe Moon World. Husband died in an accident 7 years ago. Relation. Old friend. Or is she? Tokisaka Yukari. Calm, composed, and handles all the household chores. And the office chores. And her own schoolwork and homework in high school. The pillar of the Tokisaka family. Somewhat out of touch with other people. Relation. Little sister, occupation, student, and housekeeper, and office maid. And Kuchiki Toko? Girl who I met at the park. Don't really understand her. She gave me a strange search request. Occupation, relation, unknown. Employment. Matters of the heart. I'm Amaya Hatsune. New hired Moon World. Used to help out at the brothel Yukishiro in Ueno. And finally, Wazumi Kyozo. Detective of the MPD's Investigative Division. Holds the rank of sergeant. Inseparable companions since back in the day, and quite possibly Detective Gumshoe's father? Maybe grandfather? If he's an adult in the 50s. And so he hooks up with somebody, makes a baby, in the late 50s or 60s. But Gumshoe's a young adult in the 2000s. Yeah, that could work. No, it wouldn't. This guy, young adult in 1956, makes baby in 50s or 60s, who then makes baby in, say, the 80s or 90s, who then becomes Detective Gumshoe. So Detective Gumshoe, 80s, 90s baby. Dad, 50s or 60s. So grandpa. This is Detective Gumshoe's grandpa then.
Whoa, Reggie.
I could see it. I could totally see him being Detective Gumshoe's grandpa.
Ah, と言ってもすでに3日経過しているからな。
3 days passed. Wait a minute,
今
what
更
about
何も残っちゃいないと思うが。
what about maps and such? Those are the characters. Evidence list. A girl's request from March 4th. Find the true me. Inokashira Park synopsis. Discovered February 29th. In Inokashira Park, arms, leg, head were found. Tama Cemetery corpse synopsis. Discovered March 2nd. Tama Cemetery grounds, buried underground, only left leg sticking out, had been lit on fire. Left arm amputated. Investigation memo, map, Moon World, the park, Tokisaka residence, Shinjuku Station front, Tokisaka Detective Agency exterior. Cool. GNR line, Cebu line. Where's home? Home is here, huh? Right between the different lines, so I guess, as he said. Oh, and look! Look at that! Moon World is right there. Moon World and the park are pretty close to home. But the park requires take of the JNR from Shinjuku.
「ここからだと中央線で武蔵境まで行って玉川線の玉墓地前で降りればいいな。
Wait a minute, no car? He took a Toyo Pet to the beginning, didn't he? I remember the
バカ野郎
Toyo pets.
緊急時でもないのに使えるかよ。切符代は出してやるから行くぞ。
It's not a joyride, it's official business. The cops gotta take public transportation. Maybe that's a good thing, because I'm close to the people.
お疲れ様です。
お、ご苦労さん。
Like, in touch with, close to the people. Graveyard is dead quiet. Cold, but not due to the seasonal weather. Where's the save? There's save and load. Because sometimes investigations can be tricky in this game. Sometimes you gotta examine things multiple times, or sometimes you might have a limited time to discover things. So let me give a save. There's something off about this
さあ
place.
調べてくれ。気になったところを調べてみればいいだろうが。
Investigate anything that catches my attention. Nothing stands out. Have to be centered around one place. Check, check. I can check back here. A discolored area of the ground has been dug up. Didn't dig very deep. 20 centimeters give or take. The corpse buried here?
うつ伏せで寝かされ、
Face
出しただ
down,
けが割
knee
れて地
bent,
表に
foot
出てい
sticking
た。
out.
そこに火をつけられていたな。何かわかるか？
Any footprints?
発見時に足跡は発見されなかったようだな。
Hmm.
念入りに地面が鳴らされていたらしい。
Choked with fog.
ああ、見つけたのは近所に住んでいるじいさんだ。夜中に墓場で何かが燃えているのに気づいたらしい。
That is a little bit
最
wisp.
初は鬼火だと思ったんだってよ。
But it's not the right season.
どちらにせよ仏がいたのは確かだからな。そして通報してきたわけだが、夜中にも特に不審者などは見ていないら
Alright,
しい。
for midnight there was no one suspicious and is already here.
それもなかったようだな。車は何台か走っていたらしいが、まあ街道沿いだからな。何ら不思議はない。
We can't rule out they came by car.
期待はするなよ。
And that's it. Two things on the whole, two things on the environment. Inference time? Still missing a lot of crucial information. I don't think so. The only lead found thus far. The eyewitness testimony. Old man saw something burning in the vicinity late last night. No suspicious person spotted. Silent, no screams or cries. Corpse status. Laid face down, knee bent. Portion sticking out of the ground lit on fire. Dug about 20 centimeters deep, no footprints found. Ground been carefully smoothed over. Is the status itself the lead? Laid face down, knee bent, legs set on fire. Eyewitness testimony. Something burning in the vicinity last night. No suspicious person spotted. Silent. No screams or cries. More leads, this all is very sparse. The testimony? No, that's not it. Then the corpse status. The foot on fire? No? Crime scene status? The dug up patch of earth itself was a lead? Much too shallow for a grave, and foot lit on fire. So wanted to be found, but is that a lead?
レイジ、あまり現場を荒らすなよ。
They've already taken their pictures and sketches, right? Should be fine. So he's saying the corpse itself was a flag for something else. A suspicion taking shape? The corpse status this time, the crime scene status, a whole, is too shallow. But if the corpse is a flag, to mark the spot, wasn't to hide the body, but to set fire to the foot, and dug the hole to get the leg upright.
足が逆さに突き出ているといや、そん
It's
な
like
映
in
画
that
だった
movie
な。
in a
あ
lake.
れは湖だったか。
I don't know that reference. Riddle of the Inugami clan. Was that a real movie?
第一発見者の話では、まるでろうそくか松明のようだったらしいぞ。
If a candle, then that means under the body itself must have been a birthday cake. We're gonna dig up any information? He dug a little, right? Anything underneath?
司法解剖と鑑識結果は明日わかるはずだ。そうだ、お前も明日は高田の馬場に来い。
That place. Yeah, a troublemaker indeed, and by troublemaker, he means that I'm gonna have to make judicious use of the butterflies.
俺に観察医を決める権限なんざねえよ。諦めてくれ。
Oh, that soft grin of his. He knows exactly what the trouble is, and he is relishing it. Smirks broadly, it's not just the art. He's doing that on purpose. His happiness at roping me into going along. That is not cool, bro.
お、また明日。
Alright, and between major events, you get to go to I think 2 places each day. So what do you want to do? Shinjuku Station? To the park? Moon World? I think bits like this is how you build up people's relationships. To get through different routes. But you kinda have to know they're there. So maybe after stumbling blind for a game over or 3, I'll try following a guide to see who to talk to when. But for now, let's do park. Clear our head. Yukari's here. Yukari, what you doing, little sis? Catching frogs or something? Watch what happens or call out to her. I think this is in blue, because I was just speeding through the game last night to like test things out, and I might be remembering a past option that I took. Watch what happens or call out. Sis, you're gonna fall over.
兄さん、手伝ってください。
On the verge of tears, is it frogs? The koi are thrashing about below the surface.
溺れてるの。ほら、あんなに口をパクパクさせて。
Yukari, you're in an exclusive all-girls high school. And she doesn't understand how fish work. Dot 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 indeed. Are you serious?
でもこんなに苦しそう。
That's because they're surfacing. They can't breathe air. How many fish has she rescued already? If we turn to her left, we're going to see a pile of dead koi. To which she was like, oh no, it's too late, they've already drowned, I gotta save the rest.
まあそうだったの。でもごめんなさいね。あいにくと食べられるもの
It's not the first time seeing fish, is it?
昆虫の生態でしたら問題ないのですけど。
Housekeeping, entomology,
設計
and
士
Big
では
Brother.
アメンボは溺れてしまうとか。
Alright, and let's end the day, go into Moon World, getting some coffee in. Maybe some cognac with some cognac on the side. Hatsune?
あ、時坂さん。京子さんでしたら出前に行っています。
So let me get this straight. They're a cafe, a bar. You can buy beans from them, and they deliver. This is pretty classy stuff. This is incredible service.
私はまだこの辺りの地理がよくわかっていませんから。すぐ近くでしたらわかるんですけど。はい。
あらあら、仲良さそうじゃない。
あ、京子さん、おかえりなさい。
そうよ。時坂くんに初音ちゃんが取られちゃいそうで。
She might actually be jealous. I think she has a root, I'm not sure. And by she, I mean the mama.
冗談よ。
Old friends after all, and she's single.
ごめんなさいね。
Maybe. Maybe to remove the left arm was to help the legs to get better. Balance and everything? Not enough information, no point trying.
どうぞ、時坂くん。
Sugar in his coffee, the monster! Call for Kyoko, call for Hatsune. To see who to build a friendship with, or never mind and eat my coffee black. We'll call to the old friend, Kyoko.
あら、ごめんなさいね。初音ちゃん、テーブル席のお砂糖取ってきてくれるかしら。
わかりました。
But if we don't call for someone, we'll never get our sugar, and we'll never change our habits.
お待たせしました。どうぞ。
疲れているみたいね。
He does need the glucose for his brain work.
時坂くんも魚住くんも無茶しやすいたちなんだから気をつけるのよ。
I don't overdo it, I'm already 30.
私だって同い年じゃない。それとも何？私はもう若くないとでも？
30 is still young. 30 is a new 20. From trying to save drowning fish. I have no idea what they teach her at that school, but clearly she is not studying enough. A stranger in the living room. Who could it be? A calm, reserved man, possibly in his 50s. You don't know, she might.
これは時坂レイジさんですね。私は大場女学院の教頭をしております佐伯と申します。
Saiki, vice principal. Is her sis in trouble then because he's the VP of her school then? Yeah, the one Yukari attends.
違いますよ兄さん。
I'm gonna happily jump to conclusions because apparently they haven't taught you about fish.
時坂さんは優秀ですよ。部活動でも皆をよくまとめています。
佐伯先生は兄さんに仕事の依頼があるそうです。
はい。時坂さんのお兄さんが探偵業を営んでいらっしゃると聞き及びまして、それならばぜひにと。
Is this because we're tied to the school? He's hoping we can get a discount out of us.
Eh, 大場女学院でのことなのですが、今年に入ってから学生が2名相次いで失踪してしまい。
Two only? Well, that's good news at least. When Yukari mentioned girls disappearing from the school, I thought it sounded like several. But only two in this era of so many murders? That's not as bad as it could be.
まず1月の半ばに西園結衣という学生が行方不明となりました。そして2週間前、今度は今村遥という学生がいなくなりまして。
So mid-January and then about mid-February? Updates to the notebook?
もちろん伝えてあります。ですが一向に進展がなく、ですからこうしてここへ来たのです。
Two missing girls. Missing middle of January, missing mid-February. And two corpses. February 29th, March 2nd. So they could be either one. Someone could have been murdered in mid-January and only show up in February or March. Finish work. New employee. Correlation diagram. Well, that's cool. They got a relationships chart. They work together. Old friends, inseparable companions. Oh, that's what it look like? Client, sibling, not client yet. No professional school relationship tied. Disappearance, kidnapping, suicide, homicide, accident. All we know is they are gone.
誠に恥ずかしい話なのです
A
が、
month apart, basically.
我が学院は世間体というものを気にするあまり、2人目の今村さんがいなくなるまで表立って動いていませんでした。
Which is typical for schools, really. Universities are some of the worst when it comes to sexual harassment, assault, and rapes. Opting to silence the event as opposed to making it seem like the school is an unsafe place, let's pretend it doesn't happen. You're well aware, so have you? Shoujo minute. I'm also involved in 2 murder cases.
まさか
I mean, people get murdered all the time around here, so it doesn't necessarily have to be them. It could be unrelated. If his case coincides with Ozumi's, then that means we get paid twice for the same case.
ありがとうございます。ところで、あと一つお願いがあるのですが、実はこれ以上の被害を出さないためにも、学院内部で調査をしていただきたいのですが。
Investigate inside the academy.
学生たちに不審がられぬよう、臨時
Infiltrate
講
the
師として
school
学内に入ってもらいたい。
as a teacher.
聞けば、時坂さんは世界史に造詣が深いとか。ですから、世界史の講師として学内で目立たぬよう調査活動を行っていただきたいのです。
Here I am, needing 2 different competency tests, a background check, TB clearance, letters of recommendation, prerequisite classes before the courses even begin, before it can even apply. And he's like, "You're a detective? Just be a teacher for us. You know history, teach history." Being confined to one location can hamper my other
兄
investigations.
さん、私からもお願いします。
Grasp on the conduct and mentality of the
用語
students.
共有でもよろしいですか。
If she's qualified, if she knows the students in depth,
それはつまり、その他の教師にも内
yeah,
密にして
ideally, the fewer ones who know, the better. Yeah, exactly, the fewer who know when I'm really there, the better.
わかりま
Almost
した
word for
それ
word.
では
I promise I haven't memorized it from years ago. It's a throwaway line.
ええ、もちろんです。それでは、非常勤講
Alright,
師
that
として
works out.
赴任
Good
するというこ
compromise.
とで、よろしくお願いいたします。
Been back to sleeping in the office. Asked about the autopsy results. And Takeda and Baba. Doesn't bode well, that corner. It's just for work. All this foreboding. Memories of my lover, 6 years dead and gone. Song 2. Fruits of Curiosity Hunting. Okay, you know what? It's not quite 2 hours in, but we're already to the second chapter. So, I'm going to take this time to give myself a BRB before we start the next day in earnest, okay? So I'm going to be right back. And then we shall resume from this point on. So see you folks in a few minutes. Alright, back in everything, so let's get back to the second chapter, shall we? Bramp there. Get this down, get this back up. And hello! Waking up in the worst way
や
imaginable
っと起き上がったか。
to the face of Gumshoe's grandpa. Did we not lock our doors? Has 1950s Japan invented door locks yet?
てめえが起きねえからだろうが。もうすぐ昼だぞ。ほら、とっ
Almost
と
noon.
と起き上がれ。
He's been asleep in the office overnight with the door unlocked until noon.
どうした？
Still no patrol car. Nope.
だから緊急時以外に使わねえって言っただろうが。くだらねえこと言ってねえで。行く
What
ぞ
are。you gonna do if it is an emergency? You gotta take the train back to the station, walk in, be like, hey, there's an emergency going on right now. Could you give me the keys for a car? Sign you out, get to the car, get to the garage, then drive to the emergency. It's too late, they're dead. Okay, once again, I know it's coming up, so butterflies on the standby.
高田の馬場だったらここから歩いた方が早いだろうが。
So we don't even take public transportation, we're just walking all the way to the corners.
口を動かしている暇があるなら足を動かせ。
Only 30 minutes continuous walking. About how long it takes for us to get from the house to downtown.
体が温まっただろう。
One of the things I missed about England was fewer food deserts. Doesn't matter where I went. The shops and everything were like not too far from anywhere. It's a lot easier to just exist as a pedestrian and not have to walk an hour into town to get to grocery shopping. No, the shops are just right there. Clothes shopping, charity shops just right there.
飯だったら諦めな。これから行くところを考えれば食わない方がマシだぜ。
He knows exactly what it is. Not just for the coroner, for what the coroner is. Oh, so it is for the autopsy stuff? Well, for me, it's for other things. Sending me in first. You're the tank, man. You got the bulk. You go in. Exactly. He's a cop.
お前の方が扱いは慣れているだろう。
But that's the problem, Ozumi. We don't like dealing with her like that.
いいから行けよ。
Mentally prepared
何
yet.
しとる
It's alright. I got my butterflies.
人の顔見て悲鳴あげることあらへんやろ時坂はん
Natsume-san.
むっちゃ傷つくわうちかて一生懸命なのに
The notebook flashed. What do we have on her? Runs a small hospital, skilled coroner, acquaintance.
時坂はんが来る言うからせっかくおめかしまでしとったんよあらそうなんしゃあないな二人ともお入り
やっぱりレイジに任せるわ。あの人の応対は。
Is that his way of just saying that, we get the information we need? Or is he also susceptible to her habits.
「押して、何が聞きたい？」
井の頭公園と多摩霊園の仏のことだ。0時のやつが詳しく知らんから一つずつ行こう。
せやな。
Alright, give us the deets.
ほな最初のバラバラから行こうか。
Gumshoe's grandpa's with us, so we should be safe from eating the butterflies for now. So dismemberment first, right? Start with the dismemberment.
2月29日未明、武蔵野市吉祥寺の井の頭公園で若い女性のものとみられる遺体、正確には四肢及び頭部が発見された。
4 limbs
胴
and a
体は
head.
未だ発見されていない。池もさらったそうだが、
Nothing
関
in the
係する
pond.
と思われるものは一切出てこなかったそうだ。
それが分かってへんねん。頭残うとる言うても腐ってボロボロやしな。
Severe
うちだらけやったんやけど、
decomposition with maggots.
そこで妙なとこがあるんよ。
I think it's safe to say then that if it's that severely decomposed, it probably is a January girl. Because this was found when? I'm a cemetery, right? From mid-January to March 2nd. No. Inokashira Park. From mid-January to February 29th, a whole month and change. A whole month and change, and who went missing in January? Nishizono Yui? And there's something else strange about it?
まだまだ寒い季節やろ。ほいでもウジが成長しすぎてんねん。仏さんの腐敗具合と一致しひんのや。
So it's cold out, but the growth of the maggots is far too rapid. So it could be then that she was taken someplace and then murdered indoors for a while. Murdered indoors for a while. Murdered and then kept indoors where it's warmer. And only afterwards, a month later, was disposed of? Oh, that could be it.
腐敗の進行は2月末ということを考えると死後1週間以内や。せやけどウジの大きさはだいたい1センチ。12日ほど経っとんねん。
At least 12 days had passed. Not necessarily between murder and the parts being found.
2倍の違いは誤差言わへんよ。まあ冷凍保存されてたら分からへんけど、そうなると腐敗もウジの成長も止まっとるやろしな。あとな、一応指紋は取れたんやけど、警視庁にあるリストじゃ該当者は見つからなかったらしいで。
Well, high school students wouldn't have their fingerprints on the list, though. Fingerprints are something you accumulate in your records as needed when something happens.
捜索願いが出されていても指紋などの資料が揃わんからな。
Exactly.
ま、他にいくらでも調べる方法はあるからええんやけどな。歯型とか。ほとんど血残うとらへんかったけど、一応 A 型っちゅうことは分こうとるで。
Type A. She mentioned dental records. Could we get any ID off that?
あるで。考えようによっちゃ、これが一番重要かも分からへんな。
A vital
足の
reaction
切断面に生活反応があったんよ。
at the point where the legs were amputated? Does that mean she was alive when she was being ripped apart? While she was still alive.
せやな。でもな、腕からは生活反応が出てへんのや。
I should hope she was dead before her head was chopped off.
次は3月2日、府中市の多摩霊園で発見された遺体だ。こちらも被害者は若い女で、左腕を切断されて埋められ、足には灯油をかけられて火をつけられていた。
こっちはなんぼか分かりやすいんよ。 なんせ仏さんがほとんど残っとったし、はっきりしとることも多いしな。まあ順番に行こうか。まずは死亡推定時刻やね。こいつは3月1日夜7時から0時までとはっきりしとるんよ。
For a fact, she died on March 1st between 7 p.m. and midnight? That's a pretty bold claim to make.
ほら、足に火つけられとった言うやろ。それで足の筋肉に再硬直の跡があったんよ。死後5時間以内に人工的に硬直を解いたっちゅうわけや。おそらくな。せやから発見時から遡って5時間以内に殺されたっちゅうのが確実や。
Killed within 5 hours of her discovery.
サワンの切断面にも生活反応はあったんやけどな。他にもあったんよ。腹がかっさばかれて内臓、子宮が切り取られとった。
Abdomen sliced open and uterus cut out. The cops didn't notice that?
それだけやない。空っぽになったお腹の中に卵の殻が入れられとった。
A
割
black
れとったけ
eggshell.
ど
Like the
黒く塗
story.
られてたわ。それを調べるのが探偵班の仕事やろ。うちはただ死体からわかることを調べるだけやもの。
Will I need to the culprit's identity?
出刃包丁で切除したみたいやね。わざわざ縫合までしとったけど普通の裁縫糸やったわ。専門的な道具は一切使われてへん。
So the wound was closed. Alright, so reason then the cops might not have noticed. If she was killed 5 hours ago, processed, stitched up, redressed, and then dumped.
断面の骨がひしゃげとったさかいな。ナタのような重い刃物やろな。あとな、子宮が取り出されてた言うたやろ。それな、実は残っとったんよ。
Lovely. I'm sure that's gonna be reassuring in her next life.
調べてみたらな、成功の跡があったんよ。ただし精子の生存は確認できひんかったから、強姦殺人の線は捨ててもいいはずやで。
ただ遺体は黒い布に包まれただけの全裸だったから、わいせつ目的という線も捨てきれていない。
せやな。肝心なの忘れとったわ。仏さんの身元な、1日の夕方からいなくなってた
Oh, we got
小
confirmation
泉
then?
圭っちゅう学生さんや。
We get confirmation of one identity. But not the name though. That's a new name. Because Yui disappeared in mid-January, Haruka mid-February. Hold up. A third missing student then? A girl who went missing. Is she a student? If she was a student, the vice principal had mentioned it, so I guess maybe different provenance entirely.
腐敗もしとらんかったから判別は容易やったんよ。
So then for the decomposed one found over on Inokashira Park. "12 days of decomposition," she said. 12 days, found February 29th. So it could be either girl. Because went missing in the middle of January. But might not necessarily have died at that time. Missing mid-February lines up perfectly.
今んとここんなもんやね。時に時坂はん。
That
最
guy.
近あの子に会うた？
Oh, that guy, you know him.
せやせや。お土産があるんやけども、ついて持って行ってくれへん？
If it's a present from her, then surely it's more meaningful if she delivers it.
だってあの子照れ屋やさかい。なかなか会うてくれへんのやもん。
I wonder why. Natsume-san, how many people have you been victimizing?
魚住はんはおまわりさんやさかい。こないなこと頼めへん。なあ、うち時坂はんしか頼れる人おらんねん。
Ozumi left the autopsy room without me? Oh no, we are in danger then.
おおきに時坂はん。この借りは今度ちゃんと返すさかいね。
How about if we don't? What if we consider this delivery job payment for the autopsy information? Then we're even. Nobody owes anybody anything else. Okay, good. I guess in our introductory meet, we don't need the butterflies. But it's good to have them on hand. She's a man-eater, you see.
時坂はん、お土産の中は食べちゃあかんで。
No eating? What's inside the present? Takanari Hospital?
おうやまあ、しゃあないな。やっぱ適当にやったの間違いやったかね。開業するときに土片つければ済むし、ちょうどよかったんやけどな。
Sign on the wall of the hospital reads Takanari Hospital. Is that not here? Because the thing in the corner says Takanari Hospital 2.
ほいなら油性ペン持ってくるさかい。時坂はん書いてな。
And have me write it. Oh my goodness.
ええ
Keeps
から
foisting
ええから
everything onto me.
ちょいと待っとき。
Say something came up. We had to go. Our sister was trying to rescue koi fish again.
お待たせ。
This guy gets roped into things so easily.
ああ、そっちの看板も頼みます。
Everyone trying to get free work out of me.
やっぱ自分の名前が入ってると気合の入りようも違うんやろ。時坂探偵事務所の探偵班。
Natsume Hospital. Oh, now it says Takashiro Hospital. Oh, that's cute. Even the name here, in the upper corner, is wrong when the sign is wrong.
あかん。うちは兄弟ぎょうさんおったさかい、下の名前で呼ばれなわからんくなんねん。だからちゃんと夏目ちゃんって呼んでな。
Natsume-chan. And then we never willingly see her again. Alright, inference time. Autopsy results. Dismembered corpse found in Inokashira Park. Corpse discovered between 7 and 10 days after her death. Might be calculation error, but roughly in this range. I mean, in that case, it comes down to Nishizono Yui, who disappeared in mid-January, and Imamura Haruka, who disappeared mid-February. Haruka has the greatest proximity. Disappearing in mid-February does mean she would have died around the time for the decomposition to take place. But that implies that her and Yui would have both died around the same time they disappeared. But there's a possibility that Yui went missing in January, but then died mid-February, and then discovered in March, or at the end of February. But Haruka is the closest. Time frame of the disappearance matches perfectly, but she could still be alive. Maybe this killer likes to leave the corpses to ferment in a cell someplace first, before the proper murders. clue to the criminal's nature, however small. It's the eggshell, right? Nothing was there when he passed the night before. Corpse status. 2-week-old maggots growing on a corpse. No, that's the wrong one. Tama Cemetery is the one that we want, right? Laid face down, knees bent, left arm cut with a saw, vital reaction, abdomen cut open with a carving knife, torn out, uterus torn out, sewn back with thread. Signs of sexual activity present, but not believed to be a rape homicide. It's the egg. Broken fragments of an eggshell painted black, inserted into the corpse's abdomen. It's odd, it sticks out. Murderers don't normally put black eggshells in people's stomachs. Evidence that might make it clearer? The status, maybe? The uterus was torn out, right? So maybe that's significant to the black eggshell being put in. Abdomen sliced open, the womb cut out. Could mean the killer hates or holds a grudge towards pregnant women or women in general. Oh yeah, because Inokashira Park doesn't have a torso. Go to 1-0. Oh no, this guy does target pregnant women. That could be a problem. Wait. Is the detective friend from the previous game also one of the Corner siblings? Like I said, I haven't played the first game, so... or the previous game in the overarching series. Pushing 30, I thought he said that he was. Maybe he counts it like years, like when people say that the year 2000 wasn't the new millennium, it was 2001, because you don't have a year 0 AD. So maybe he's counting that 30 is just the tens place for the 20s, and that 30 really begins on 31. At the bookstore, there's gonna be a clue. Katsuragi Shin, author, new publication commemoration event. Doesn't know him though. Came out with Season of the Sun last year. I'm sure that detail is not going to be important. Takashiro, so I guess you are related then. In that case, could he do something about his sister? Buys a figure of a fallen man. This guy is this guy, the aforementioned that guy. Calm down, keep her cool. Figure out what happened here. There's a mess everywhere. Livable, technically speaking. Well, that's what your little sister is for. Your little sister who walks herself to and from high school, does all of her teenage work, and then's got a clean house in your estate, and then clean house at your office. The pyramid set at the desk with his title. What about the corpse itself? What's this? A glass next to him. Poison? Poisoned and then stabbed? A red liquid stuck to the bottom. Bee's wings. Just a mess. Pictures nothing. Cat. The cat's what did it. The Maneki Neko. If only his wife can make a comeback, then things would be better. Investigate a bit further. Mouth to chest covered in red liquid. Only spot on his clothes, not on the table. It could very well be murder. A strange smell in the air. That's enough. Take out my right shoe, hold it up, take aim. About to George Bush him. He deserves at least a little pity. Hurling the shoe, heel first, into the pit of his stomach. Shoujo? Drinking tomato juice, really? Tomato juice out of a wine glass? Was it a wine glass? I can't remember. Which game was his again? He's from... Cartagra. I haven't played Cartagra. Also, a 50s crime-themed visual novel by Innocent Gray. But I haven't played it. I found out about Innocent Gray via this game and this game alone. Only one of theirs I played. So you're not just policeman with policeman background, with Detective Gumshoe's grandpa, but also prior military. Prior military, policeman, and detective, all before 30. Prior military. And he's 30s and the 50s. So he would have what? Been born in the 20s? 23 thereabout if he's at 30 already? Or 26? So yeah, younger adult throughout the 30s, late 30s and 40s. So he would have been involved. Nobody calls her Natsune. Aw, so the coroner is your older sister. Hurl the package back in my direction. Is it a bomb? Is it a viper? It's what I don't want it. She sounds terrifying. A letter and a gray rectangular object. Just cognac? Yeah, that's it. It's just cognac.
なんでこんなものを。なになに？群馬は下仁田町の最高級こんにゃくとす。
Is it like one of those threatening riddles?
カズナ藩は身よもやさかい。しゅうちゃんが一人で慰めるときはぜひ使うとくれやす。
The town of Shimoneta,
なんだそ
indeed.
りゃ。
A gap priest. Ugh.
たく。うちの一族は夏姉も奈々も何を考えてやがるんだか。奈々のやつ、自分のヌード写真集なんか送りつけてきやがった。カズナはカンカンに怒るしよ。
私が何に怒ってるんですか？
うわ、ごめんカズナ。
Ignoring the idiot.
あ、時坂さんじゃないですか。お久しぶりです。
Takushiro, formerly Koziki Kazuna. A famous actress. Why haven't I heard of her?
もう6ヶ月になりますから。
After last week's dual birthday parties, I feel 6 months in. I look it too, I bet. Ouch. Harsh thing to say to your friend's wife.
おい時坂。バカ野郎。俺だってな、毎晩頑張って揉んでいるんだぞ。それなのにカズナの胸は相変わらず成長しやがらないんだよ。
She's fine. She's fine as is.
おかげで俺の握力ばかり強くなって簡単にリンゴが握りつぶせるようにな
Oh,
って
the
しまった
poor
よ。
gal. He's been giving them crushing treatment on a nightly
修吾
basis.
さん、何バカなこと言ってるんですか？
ごめんカズナ。
Clearly they're made for each other.
そういえば、
Evening,
お
what about
二人が警
investigation?
察を辞めたきっかけって何だったんですか？あれ？どうしたんですか？
She's prepared the masturbatory cognac in the Miso Dengaku style.
そうだな。
The so-called Rokushiki case. Is that also from Katagra? From Katagra? Again, I never played, so there's gonna be a few references that go over my head. I'm tempted to play Katagra because, like, a few characters from this game are from that game, and so it makes references to it. But I'm pretty sure Katagra is pretty lewd, and that's coming from somebody who's playing this eroge detective game. So I'm not sure if I'd risk it.
いや何。久しぶりに話ができて楽しかったよ。
I'll just side with the rest of the new friends act, and take it as like a part of their past that I'm not privy to.
ああ、またな。
また来てくださいね。お待ちしていますから。
She's eating the cognac.
時坂さんも食べますか？このお味噌、当時さんっていう友達からもらったんですよ。
Oh, thanks. Enjoy your cognac and Osama. Make sure he eats some.
ちょっとシュウゴさん、時坂さんに何を吹き込んだんですか？
うわごめんカズナ。
Whoa. Pitch dark outside. We never got the chance to explore two places. Didn't get to do any investigation.
おかえりなさい兄さん。
Just chilled with our friends the previous.
まだ夕飯まで時間があるから先にお風呂へ入っていてください。明日から非常勤とはいえ講師になるんですから、
We
身だしなみ
officially
は
get
き
to
ち
be a
んと
teacher
整えて
tomorrow.
くださいね。
What? You're not going to keep your professorial stubble? Six years since it happened. Oh, so it's not previous game related? You see, like I said, I played this before like years and years ago, but I forget almost everything.
兄さん、夕飯の準備が整いました。もう啓蟄も過ぎてしまいましたね。そろそろ虫も土から出てきます。
Another reason why I love winter. I don't mind other creatures existing. I'm one of those guys who are like sympathetic towards mosquitoes, but I don't gotta bother with a lot of this wintry out. An unparalleled insectophile. She let snails hibernate inside her room.
冬は虫が表に出てきませんから、あ
See,
まり好きではありません。
she's the complete opposite of
そ
me.
れに、
I love winter, and that's one of the reasons why I love winter.
それに、そろそろユキコさんの。
Miyama Yukiko, my fiancée. 6 years ago, March 1950.
そろそろ寝ます。兄さん、おやすみなさい。
Notebook updated. Takashiro Natsume runs a small hospital, skilled coroner. Koizumi Kei. Corpse discovered at Thomas Cemetery, missing on the evening of March 1st. She's got a picture now. Takashiro Shugo, former co-worker of mine. Takashiro Kazuna, his wife. What's updated? Cemetery corpse synopsis. Sahiki's request, search for two missing students. Nishizono Yui disappeared mid-January. Imamura Haruka, mid-February. We might have a lead on her. Type A, identity unknown. 7 p.m. at midnight, March 1st. Black egg, black cloth. Takashiro Detective Agency. Rokushiki case. The case that led me to quit the police force. That's it? That's all the information? Wait, hold on. I want to see the correlation diagram. Former friend. Formerly engaged. Client. Hide from missing person case. Siblings. Work-related siblings. Admires. Oh, right. Hatsune admires him for, like, teaching her to write and taking care of her. Though she claims it's of chaste intent, though our character clearly does not believe it. March 8 already. Hopefully we're not. Hopefully we're getting paid per diem for these cases we've been slacking on.
分かっていますよ。兄さんは本当心配性なんですから。ああ、でも兄さんが私立探偵だということを知っている友人はいます。
Oh no, somebody in the school already
このような事
knows.
態になるとは思いませんでしたから。
At least one friend knows, so she's probably casually mentioned it with other friends, and the other friend doesn't know regarding of secrecy.
ええ、わかりました。いってらっしゃいませ、兄さん。
Nobody is going to buy. They were actually a teacher. No cold today. Oh my goodness, where's the blankets? I don't see it. Cleaned up over the weekend, rearranged stuff, and now I can't find a blanket when I need a blanket. Video that pro baseball players use, lodgings of the occupying forces. Yeah, it's school. We're not gonna have energy going to school. Almost like white color darkness. Straight up haunted scenery here. Funeral procession. Probably wasn't too far off a descriptor.
ああ、時坂さん、よく来てくださいました。
Saiki-sensei.
そんなにシャチホコばらなくても大丈夫ですよ。さて、今日は礼拝がありますので、その時にでも全学生に時坂先生を紹介いたしましょう。
It'll help you build up your character though. Hey Mason. My poor Scale getting so manhandled. Hmm? Hey Mason. All look the same in profile. A lack of individuality in the school. Well, yeah, it's a school. An army or a prison? Also, one of the cool things that I think got me into this game way early when I first played it is that one of the cases and murders and psychopaths is pretty much lifted straight from here. And this game came out what, 2008 I think? In its original Japanese release, so it's definitely in reference to this game. What's that? Okay. Yeah. My hairs tend to do that.
近頃、当学院において誠に由々しき事態が発生しておりますが、このことに決して動揺せず、皆様が普段通りの行動を取られることを切に願います。
A number of serious incidents have occurred at this school. Won't be shaken.
.時坂先生には歴史科の準備教室を用意しました。そちらを拠
My
点に
base
調
of
査を
affairs, my
よろしくお
investigation.
願いいたします。今日は結構ですよ。まず
Nothing
は
for
明日
today.
一回授業をお願いしま
Lecture
す。
tomorrow.
その後は必要に応じてということでよろしいですか。
And then work as needed. I mean, I guess if we're a part-time teacher, it's kind of like being the sub. So we're here, we're present, but we might not be needed.
それではこちらが現在行方不明となっている学生の資料です。
Ooh. Documents of missing students. 2 photographs.
ええ、それではよろしくお願いいたします。
Which one was ID'd again? All the students seem depressed. Again, it's school. Inoshikira Park Corpse. Identity unknown. So Tama Cemetery. We know then? Has it been a match for the park? Member of the art club went missing. Missing mid-February. Leader of the student body. So K was Tama Cemetery. So, which is the one that was like way decomposed? That's not Tama Cemetery, because Tama Cemetery, the foot was sticking up and burnt. So that means it's the park one then. Whose head is too decomposed to identify. That could be one of our girls. So deflated. Wander around campus. So the second floor is home to the second and third year classrooms, library and science rooms. First floor, first year classrooms, faculty room, infirmary, home economics classrooms. Also contains an auditorium and various club buildings of the premises.
時坂先生でよろしかったかしら。養護教諭の
School nurse?
時坂先生に校内を案内するよう教頭に頼まれまして。
Alright, then give us a tour, Nene.
気にしないで。私が一番暇だったからよ。
Your voice from inside the classroom.
でしょ。教育が行き届いてるのよ。
If they're serious about education, then where was the zest for education? Where's the excitement? I don't hear that excitement for learning.
私から見れば少し窮屈
Yeah,
に思えるくらい
exactly.
ね。
She gets it.
ねねでいいわよ。ここの学院はね、昔からなのよ。しつけと規則が厳しくて、
Yeah, hence
学生を締め
everyone
付けているわ。
being so depressed and domesticated.
驚いたかしら。あら、もうこんな時間。後でお茶でも入れて差し上げますから。
What about the
保健
tour?
室に
That's
いらし
it?
てくださいね。
How I would love if March ends up as cold as this for us. It's pretty chilly now, but it's been like back and forth, whether it's a hot February or a cold February. Right now it's a lovely cold one. But it was hot, straight up hot, not too long ago. Where is the infirmary? Oh no, I was gonna say, the school can't be too big. He's gotta find it eventually. But all the doors look the same. There's no signs? I see signage, you can't read it?
どうかなさいましたか？
The psychopath girl from the murder case that copies some of this is even a complete facsimile to the girl in front of us.
そうです、時坂先生。このようなところで何をしていらっしゃるのですか？
Well, we're new on the job, so it's okay for us to be lost.
保健室でしたらすぐそこですよ。
Next to the entrance. Cool.
それでは私はこれで失礼いたします。
But her having her act together is it itself an act.
いらっしゃい、時坂先生。どうぞ。あまり上等なお茶ではありませんけどね。
Tea isn't the best? If it's got any flavor, we'll drink it. If it doesn't, it's water, we'll still drink it.
あら、他に何かご用がおありなんですか？
A sultry look. It is technically an eroge.
ええ、もちろん。事件の捜査に探偵がやってくる。そう聞いておりますよ。
Any information?
1年松組の西園さんと椿組の今村さんね。特に問題のある子ではなかったと思うわよ。
No particular issues, normal serious students.
もっとも私はただの養護教諭だからあまり詳しくは知らないんですけどね。
Nothing at all, Nene.
周りに若い子ばかりいる場所ということ？
Nene, please. These are teenage students.
難しいことを言うのね。でもそうね、当たっているのかもしれないわ。この学院の中は明らかに外と空気が違うもの。いなくなったのもそんな生活が嫌になってしまったからかもしれないわね。
You know what? If somebody has to prevent anyone, it gives a good excuse then. They were simply pressured, they were stressed out, they ran away on their own. Reasoning or her cover?
あらそう？ねえねえでいいと言いませんでしたか
4 p.m.? That is suffocating. Even between classes, they can't even have any relaxation. To this girl. This other enigmatic this girl. Oh, it's her.
やあ、やっぱり会えたね、探偵さん。
Uchiki Toko?
言うまでもないと思わないかい？
In the process of drawing something? Guessing it must be a landscape, because she's all the way out here. We can't see anything that resembles her drawing. What are you drawing? Or is it a landscape? This actually does matter. If you want to get, like, golden ending and complete the story. I recall one of these responses bores her. Is it a landscape?
さあ、どうだろうね。外で描いているからといって風景画とは限らないんじゃないのかな。探偵さんは想像力が乏しいのかもしれないね。
I seem to
それ
lack
だと仕事に
imagination.
問題が出るんじゃないのかい？探偵さんはこの学院に何の調査で潜入したのかな？ひょっとして私を調べに来たの？
We're
それ
supposed
と
to
も
find her
別の
true
ことか
self.
な？
And her true self is a murderer.
遅かったね。もうトーコに話してしまったもの。
Toko to Toko? Oh no.
そう、トーコ。私の友達さ。
Have her hush up as well. Yes, it does bother me.
なんだかかっこいいんだね。探偵さんが言うと眼蓄あるよ。わかりました、時坂先生。ああ、ダメだよ先生。トーコと呼んでくれたまえ。そちらの方が好きだから。
Well, for building up the rapport with the local interculture, sure. But no, we're supposed to be a teacher here, so we can't be using casual names.
よく覚えているね。さすが探偵さんだ。わかっているさ、時坂先生。
Oh, there you go. She's at least keeping that up. Toko! Toko!
トーコ。
大丈夫トーコ？
心配いらないよトーコ。別に取って食われるわけじゃない。彼は先生だ。
Jeez, straight to the point.
でも
But he's a man!
失礼しました先生。
You know what? Lack of individuality really does adhere to her. Her being so smitten with Toko that she's growing her hair out to be like her, wants to become more like her. Apparently, even taking her name.
2年の水原トーコです。時坂先生でしたよね。ゆかりさんのお兄さんで。
She
really does
know.
兄弟だと気づかれちゃダメなんですか？
探偵と気づかれるのがいけないようだよ。何でも事件の調査中らしいからね。
じゃあ西園さんがいなくなったことを。はい、わかりました。いけませんか？
She's got an accusatory look to her face. Once again regards me with hostility.
いけないはずがないさ。同じ名前の親友なんて何 何か運命的なものを
Which
感じ
Toko's
ないかい？
talking? Toko says this, okay, with her arm around Toko's shoulders.
私たちは一心同体の存在なんです。
One mind, one body. Sure you do, Toko. Still things to investigate, but aren't many students left? Where to go? What are options? The Girls' Academy, Moon World, the park. There's a hospital. I feel like I want to avoid the hospital. And these do matter, because you meet people and you have events, and that builds up a relationship and such. So thank goodness for guides then, because the only way to get through naturally is to just play this game 100 times over, and make note of who's where on what days. So, do we want to hang out at the Girls' Academy a bit more? Go to the hospital to see if anything else came up with the autopsies? What if we finish things up with the Girls' Academy, and then go end the day at Moon World? Yukari by the gates? Don't call out to her. We're investigating after all. We're supposed to just be a teacher. Oh, that's it? We got nothing from that then. Maybe we should have called to her. At least he got reassured. We can't go to Moonworld forever, that just helps out with Hatsune and her friend. Let's go to the park. Park before going home. It's Toko.
ずっと黙って見ているなんて趣味が悪いと思わないかい？
A bad taste to watch us say anything. She's out detectiving the detective.
なんだ、私を尾行しているわけじゃないのか。
Also, is it just me, or was the black a lot sharper than the white uniforms?
エッチ。
Etchy? What? She's drawing etchy stuff? A shortened English word.
白い魔女。知らないの？
Shiroi Magio, I don't. Short stories serialized at the newspapers?
その中で出てくるの。変態の略らしいよ。
I'm a pervert.
だって勝手に人の絵を覗き見したじゃないか。そう最初から素直に聞いていればいいんだよ。
Oh, she's drawing a turtle in the pond. At my old campus and university, there was a pond. A big pond and adjacent small pond that normally I went for the ducks, but every so often you would see a turtle poke out to bathe on the rocks.
この時期だとね、動きが少ないからスケッチするには適しているんだ。
And every time you pull the camera out, like clockwork, plop back into the water.
探偵さん、本当の私見つかったかな？
Still working? We're gonna drag this out per diem? Currently under investigation.
嘘だ。
She wanted a professional. So we're gonna take our time and make sure it's right.
だって探偵さん、私に何も聞きやしないもの。私を探すためには、私を調べないとダメではないかな。
Ask
何でもい
questions,
いから
anything's
質問してみ
fine.
て。
Do you like drawing? What do you feel when you draw? That's kind of a pointless question. We've seen her draw. What do you feel when you draw?
そうね。 たことも
See?
なかったわ。
Helping her find the true self. Her composure slips. Victory!
そうだね。強いて言うとすれば自由かな。あと絵を描いている時は無心になれるから好きなんだ。何も考えずにね。もう行くの？そう、忙しいんだね。
How about that? He spent how many days just chilling with friends?
じゃあまた今度学校でお仕事頑張って。
初めての学院はいかがでしたか？そうですね。別段騒ぎ立てるような方はいませんね。
At first, I thought she was gonna just say there aren't really any people there. It's not about causing trouble though, they don't socialize or anything.
私は特にそうは思いませんけれど、中にはそう感じている方もいるようで。これは学院の教師としての質問ですか？
Am I asking as a teacher? You know what? A teacher's job does not begin and end of the classroom. The teacher's job is also concerned with the student's welfare and well-being. So yes, you're asking this in our capacity as teacher. The heck is going on?
妹の底を案じている兄としてではなく、
Have I ever been worried? Yeah.
信頼されているのですね、私は。友人が校則を破っていることを知りつつも黙っている悪い人ですよ。
So they do break rules and find their independence and free expression. Keeps quiet even though she knows her friends break the rules. Her friend breaks the rules, singular. Friend breaks them.
内緒です。心配せずとも大丈夫ですよ。
Uchiki Toko?
ええ、もちろん同じ部活ですから。朽木さんがどうかしましたか？ええ、知らなかったんですか？
An entomology club.
どんな活動をするんですか？
The same thing she likes to do already. Monitor and classify insects, help snails hibernate, collect beetles.
朽木さんですか？そうですね。悪い方ではありませんよ。他の方とは全く違う印象を受けますよね。どこか達観しているというか、嫌われているわけではありませんけれど。水原さんですか？確かに朽木さんとよく一緒にいるのを見かけますが。
With suspicion.
兄さんが調べている件に何か関わりが？
One of our investigative jobs. Just a question.
まあ、都合のいいことばかり言うんですね。
Is this new chapter time? The girl sleeps atop a desk covered with a white sheet and an imitation of a bed. Slender, naked body and full of soft curves. Loosely raise her dangling right leg. This is excellent, perfect, cannot damage it. Take a pitch black cloth from a bag and carefully wrap her right leg in it. A mole on her calf arouses concern. So black cloth, is this a POV then of a murderer? Should take it out, but no, that would damage it. Got no choice. Guess I'll give it up. The length and the fleshiness were just right, but a blemish like this cannot possibly be allowed. This guy is nuts. Moles are great. I peel off the cloth. How about her left leg? But I just can't stand the shape of the toenail on her big toe. If that's the case, then let's check her right arm. There's not much muscle and the flesh is soft, and above all else, I like the length of her fingers. Let's do this one. I wrap it gently with black cloth. She does not wake up. Well, of course. That's because I shot her up full of morphine. I gave her a near lethal dose, but that's hardly an issue here. Well then, let's get started, shall we? After aiming the blade of a blunt hatchet to the tip of her shoulder, I raise it aloft. The girl's body gives a little jolt, and the blood spurts forth. That's the vital reaction, right, that the coroner was talking about? I catch her severed arm before it falls to the ground. Her twitching and convulsing almost resemble a big fish after it's been caught. Even though she couldn't sense anything or even be conscious, her body keeps twitching. I gently set her right arm under the desk and pick up a book. This is the hard part. I affix her moving torso to the top of the desk and grab her head using both my hands. Then, with great force, I twist her head. Well. Sometimes the gorier bits are meant to be shocking and gory, but sometimes like this, it's a juxtaposition of sex and violence. And so, even if I'm being cautious and kind of twisting the wordage and spirit of the rules to stream this, I don't think Twitch wants full on the platform, you know? So, some corpses I don't mind showing, but the especially ones like this, no, sorry, you get butterflies. So the butterflies are for. It's nothing like wringing out a damp cloth. Her cervical vertebrae makes a dull noise as they scrape against one another. And air and dark red blood come flowing out from her smashed throat. I make her face backwards, then weigh her down behind the ears to fix it in place. She's already stopped breathing. That's fine with me. Hey, Akarema! Came just in time. There's still more work to be done. I pick up a carving knife and go around to her lower body. I must cut out this impure part. Okay, alright. The naughty bits are gone. I stick the blade in below her navel and open up her abdomen. A bubble of blood pops noisily as it's broken. I'm already used to extracting the woo. It's only my second time, but I quickly understand where I need to cut. And then, I casually toss aside the severed uterus and push a black egg into its place. This black egg is proof of her impurity. In my silent rage, I crush the egg. I got my thumb on the butterflies just in case we need it again. I sew up the wound, closing her abdomen. All that's left is to leave her somewhere. And as I look up upon her face, I realize something. I must make her cry tears of blood. A quick scan of the ear reveals something perfect. It's the awl I sharpened earlier. If I stick this into her eyeballs, she'll definitely weep crimson tears. But there's not enough blood. It looks like if I made a wound in her back. If there's not enough blood, it looks like if I made a wound in her back. That'll do. I lift the silent eyelid. Lift the eyelid of the silent husk of a girl with my finger. Then drive the awl in. New chapter? Not new chapter yet? So what can we guess from that peek into the mind of our killer? Ritual murder maybe then, if there's impurities going on? The womb is an impure thing? Enough to fill the killer with rage to crush the egg? But also wants pure body parts, the right fleshiness? No weird toenails, no moles? Was that a flashback to the murder we saw from one of the corpses we found? Or know of? Or is this a new murder we gotta peek into? Which murder had the eggshell? The one with the torso intact. So which murder is that? Corpse status? Maggots on the corpse? The cemetery corpse then. Because that one still had its torso. And a missing arm. The missing arm would have been the one with good meat on it, good fleshiness, not too much muscle, and perfect length fingernails. I guess it was a flashback then to the time of cemetery corpse being produced. So, which leg was it with the mole then? Because there was one leg he wanted a lot, but the mole was wrong. So it could be that lighting a leg on fire was less because of some symbolic purpose, but simply frustration, with the leg almost being perfect, but blemished. Could be twisted like that. Where to go? Do I get a choice? Moon World? Inokashira Park? Stay at home and read. Reading might have some clues. We apparently have lots of esoteric knowledge. But park? Things seem to happen at the park a lot. Let's be home buddies. Home buddies and stay home and read. It's reading or park. What are the two for me? Do park. Aren't any people? Wow, the rudeness implying trees aren't people. The wrong season for ghosts. I like how that's the second time this is mentioned. Like, if it was summertime, sure, there'd be ghosts about. But here in March, nah, it's the wrong time for them. The ghost of the girl who was killed and her 4 limbs discovered here. Play my cards right and learn her identity from her ghost. What kind of stupid shit am I thinking up? The true identity of the ghost is Dawn Knotts!
会うなり人を幽霊だなんて随分と失礼だとは思わないかい？
Kushiki Toko? A disappointed expression in her face. What, are we not who she wants to meet? Wandering the park at midnight.
時坂先生こそこんなところで何をしているのかな？
Insomnia, our house is right there. It actually is. Or so's a girls' academy. Cause, let's see, Moonworld, the park, and her house is right here. I guess the academy would be walking distance from home, if our sister walks there to and from. Bewitching and beautiful. More than a mere girl. She's a woman! She's also your teenage student, and a teenager.
心配してくれるの？ありがとう、時坂先生。でも慣れているから問題ないよ。家もすぐ近くだからね。
Disclaimer, naturally I disapprove of teacher-student relationships at all. And also, he's 30, she's a teenager. No bueno. But the story is what the story is.
夜の公園は怖いよ。特に
And
水
now
の
that
あ
I
ると
can
こ
do
ろは
about
余
that.
計にね。こうして見ていると吸い込まれてしまいそうな、落ちてしまいそうな気分になるんだ。でもね、ごらん、時坂先生。
The moon?
水面に映る月は美しいよ。揺らめきながら光を跳ね返している。太陽から受け継いだ光は消えないんだ。太陽の日差しは強すぎるから、月はそれを優しく和らげてくれるんだ。だから私は夜が好きなんだ。
No disagreement there.
それは教師としての言葉かい？
A man concerned for his client. True, no money has been exchanged yet. If we're gonna do all this work, finding her true self, then she's gotta survive to pay us all the per diem.
襲うつもりかい？
No. Is it a jest? I mean, I guess people are edgy when they're teenagers, but not much of a jest, is it?
心配には及ばないよ、探偵さん。家に男性を連れて帰っては余計に驚かせるだけだからね。
That's okay. We'll just explain that we're your teacher. Wait, that's even worse. Your teacher, who you met in the
また明
park
日、
at night,
時坂先生。
escorting you home. Hey, new chapter. Song 3, The Masked Dancer.
兄さん、今日は学院へ来るのですか？
We do have to. Vice Principal did say he expects a lecture out of us today. Uh-huh, got a lecture scheduled.
でしたら一緒に行きましょうか。
And then after this lecture, he said what? As a per needed basis? But isn't that gonna blow our cover if we go together?
ええ、わかりました。
What have you learned in our notebook? Anything new? Any new information? Character list. Somewhat out of touch with other people, member of the art club. Somewhat philosophical, according to Yukari. Doesn't seem as though she's disliked. Wanders a park in the night. School nurse. Poco's friend. No new evidence. No new memos. Orihime way off to the side.
飛行場があったところですね。それほど昔のことではないから覚えていますよ。
Yeah, but you're a kid to a kid, right? Not long ago, it's a case of years, like whole lifetimes. Like for us old fogey adults, right? You and I watching. 4 years is just 4 years, the blink of an eye, but for a child, that's like half their life.
おはよう、ゆかりん。
おはよう、つづりこ。
Susuriko?
おお、ゆかりんがおじさんと歩いてる。
Yeah, told you there's gonna be issues. If the teacher walks to school with her. I'm approaching that age. He's so old and only 30.
私の兄さんよ。昨日の朝礼で挨拶していたでしょ。兄さん、こちらは閉じるという字に子でつづり子という。
Susuriko written with Tojuru.
ああ、道理で見覚えがあると思った。先生なんだね。
Okay, good. So our cover, as her brother was spoiled, but the cover... Well, us being her brother is spoiled. Or simply her brother who's also a teacher, and not her brother who's also a detective. And yeah, compared to all the other subdued and depressed students, this gal just stands out full of energy.
ん？なんだい？ジロジロと見ちゃって。私に惚れるなよ。
Again, teenage student. No. Suzuriko. Do they really make girls like this?
こんなのって言うな。
兄さん、つづり子はこれでも博学なんですよ。
Despite her appearance is actually well learned. Ouch!
ゆかりんまでこれでもなんて親友でしょ、私たち。
つづり子はこれまでに何冊も小説を出版してい
Really?
るんで
Published
す。
several novels.
先生と呼んでもらっても構わないよ。
Alright then, Suzuriko sensei. Wait, that's a violation of school rules, really? We can't let her have her pride as a published novelist? Several published novelists? Several times published?
いやいや、ちょっと待ってよ。
It's not exactly the same as having a part-time job outside the school. If anything, that's a point of pride for the school. They've already got a published author.
私は文芸部の活動の一環として小説を書いているだけであって、副業とかそれで儲けてウハウハとかそんなの全然考えてないんだからね。
Poor gal. All this pressure, can't even freely write. How dare you? How dare you foster your skills as a novelist? You should be stifling them and focusing entirely on math.
結構いろいろ分野としては怪奇小説だよ。で、トジコって誰？
Or we're calling her Tojiko now. Suzuriko is too hard to say.
バッテントジコって言われてるみたいやだが。
Or Takata.
ばあちゃんが福岡出身ばいってそれは今関係ないってば。
二人ともこんなところで騒いでいては怒られますよ。兄さんは大人なんですからきちんとしてください。
She's asking for a lot here. We teased how many people that we just met already.
やーい、怒られてやんの。
トジコもあまり兄さんを煽らないでちょうだいね。
はーい。ってゆかりんまでトジコ言わない。
Continues. So even boisterous her is subdued at school. Truly, Foucault, the school is a prison.
おはようございます、時坂先生。はい、朝の挨拶は健全な生活を送るのに必要不可欠ですから。
part of a healthy lifestyle? Or is it to enforce the standards of the school the moment they arrive at the gate? Here you stand to remind the students that the teenage girls they are is left at the door as they become drones beyond these gates.
おはようございます、織姫様。ええ、おはよう、よそみやさん。
What?
いかがなさいましたか、先生。なんでもございませんわ、織姫
We
様。
have no self-control. Are we really 30?
そうですが、よそみやさん、教師とはいえ殿方に必要以上に接することはあまり感心いたしませんよ。ええ、分かっておりますわ。仕方ありませんよ。綴り子は普段真面目な学生で通っていますから。
Passes as a serious student.
内緒ですよ。
A secret. Don't tell me they aren't even allowed to break their stone masks outside of school grounds, and just being herself in her off time is what's breaking the rules. I would not be surprised. Lecture time! Could I count this towards my 200 hours of teacher training experience? No, I'm kidding, I got that done in 2020. Which means it might be expiring, I don't know. Second year Fuji class. We're passing the first years, so... Then again... Are they both first years, the missing students? Missing mid-February... Art club... But nothing about what years they were. So... It could be a specific year's thing, or it could be any students possible. She's in our class with Ikari. Nobody reacts, not even a hello to you two teacher. Everyone is getting demerits. More trivia than history. Where's the patterns? Where's the hows and whys? Again, that's just trivia. How's this history?
子供たちが屠殺ごっこをした話かな。ちゃんとしたグリム動画だよ。まあ残酷すぎてすぐ削除されたらしいけどね。
Too savage even for Grim? Bluebeard.
え、青ひげってローマのフリードリヒ一世じゃなかったっけ？
Well, close enough. She's up on her history. Well, her history trivia. Everyone is in this class. Is the other Toko also in this class? Mentally drained. Like talking into a vacuum. The utter lack of response would be this painful. You see, this is why. I would totally put the Twitch things on like resumes and such. Or bring up in interviews. Because I mean, like, I'd go in for teaching stuff, right? It totally works out. Lecturing for hours without much of a response for the students. It's a preparation for that expectation. I joke, but you could twist so much experience into like valuable skills relevant to whatever. This might hinder my investigation. Who's this? We don't know him yet. Other teacher? A youngish teacher hails.
2年富士組の担任をしています草加達彦です。
Ah, the homeroom teacher.
やはり時坂さんのお兄さんでしたか。こちらこそよろしくお願いします。立ち話もなんですから場所を変えましょうか。
Lead the way. How much you wanna bet? It's the history prep room. No? Faculty room.
学生たちの様子には驚かれたでしょう。
Surely, for a young student or young teacher, probably just out of teaching school, it's gotta be weird to him, right?
お気持ちはお察ししますよ。最初は僕もそうでしたから。なんというか反応が薄いんですよね。
Sparse doesn't begin to cut it. Nobody is getting any participation credit. B's at max for everybody. No, it isn't. Where's the response? It's not church. Lecture isn't just talk at people for 2 hours. You gotta get them participating. Get their minds going, their gears twisting.
話を聞いているのか理解しているのか全くわかりませんからね。
Exactly, he gets it. He's got the hot new pedagogy.
臨時講師とはいえ大変だと思いますよ。ここの学院で働くのは。
Alexander Osias, hello. Pretty sparse. These students, they're like automatons sometimes. They're strict and disciplined, but this is straight up droning.
女学校ですからいろいろとあるんですよ。
I feel like there was implications in that Ryuji wasn't picking up.
そうですね。頑張ってください。ああ、それと一つだけ忠告を。この学院では学生との必要以上の接触は禁じられていますから気をつけてく
Forbidden
ださ
to
い。
interact with the students outside of class. Does that mean then no talk to me after class? No see me about this assignment? What game is this? This game is Kara no Shoujo. It's a detective game about a detective in post-war Japan of the 1950s who's investigating some disappearances and murders in an all-girls school. But it's also an eroge. It's an erotic detective game. So I gotta make sure I got my butterflies at the standby in case anything pops up. But it's kind of a horror detective eroge game too. So anytime something sexy happens, it's not just titillating, but it's sexy times in which either there's a beautiful body that's a mutilated corpse, or if you end up being sexually close to somebody, that's a good indicator that you or they or both are about to die. So it's pretty neat in that regard. But mostly I like it for the mystery, because I'm like, it's a pretty good mystery game. It's got a pretty in-depth story, the characters are surprisingly deep. And when I first played it right, when I first discovered this game, it was a few years back at a time when I myself was dating a depressed artsy girlfriend. And so like, different roots and such is like, oh, that's totally her, that's totally us.
若い教師というだけで
Whereas these days, I could just appreciate for the
警
mystery.
戒されてしまいますから。
A mystery that I, for the most part, forgotten. Some flashes of memory pop up when certain characters appear, but for the most part, I vaguely remember like the broad strokes of the story, but the particulars I mostly forgotten. And those particulars are how you get to the end, even if you know the answers. So it's basically fresh all over. No useful info. How did the VP expect us to get information if people are straight up forbidden from talking, basically? Or him in the middle?
すごいでしょ、織姫様。
Sorry, Suzuruko, we're not allowed to talk outside of class. Gotta ignore you. Still calling her Tojiko to herself, though.
トジコって言うな。なんで織姫様を見てたの？そうだね。後輩だけじゃなくて同級生からも慕われているみたいだからね。先生、
Does that mean this kind of voice she's also got admiration? Oh yeah, he did pick up something weird in her voice earlier, but I thought it was just her going from outgoing extrovert to actually polite.
さすがは探偵だね。今は内緒だよ。
Nah, 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 nah. No, she's not around.
時坂先生？
どこ？
ああ、やっぱり時坂先生だ。
Did she art too hard?
最初から眠ってなどいない
Art too
さ。
hard and passed out?
退屈だったから少し付き合ってくれないかな。無病息災というわけではないけれど、取り立てて病弱というわけではないと思うよ。今日はただ気分が優れなかっただけさ。優しいんだね。それとも
Again with the edgy rape joke, Toko, please. Face has grown thinner.
先生の授業
Whatever she is, it
な
was
かなか
something.
面白かったよ。ここでは授業といえば思想の押し付けや受験のための詰め込みばかりだからね。他の人は関係ないと聞き流していたようだけれど、
Even in the mid-50s, standardized tests are the enemy of education.
当然じゃないか。授業の経験がない探偵さんがどんな楽しいヘマをしでかすか固唾を飲んで見守っていたんだよ。冗談だよ。
あら、時坂先生じゃありませんか。ええ、それは構わないのですが。
赤崎先生、私はもう大丈夫ですので、これで失礼します。
Feel better or so repulsed by us you have to leave even 1 second.
ええ、もちろん。それではごゆっくり、時坂先生。
朽木さんですか？あまりよくは知りませんけれど、 時々ここで休んでいますね。
Oh, this school is stifling. They need some place to rest and be apart from it all.
あの年頃だと生理不順などで体調も崩しやすいですからね。
Or that. Really, man? You've been siblings for like all of her life at least, and it's still a mystery to him.
ところで、先
And
生
he's
は
got a
なぜここへいら
fiancée
した
that
ん
I
です
assume he's
か？
lived with.
石園さんと今村さんでしたら、確か1年生の
Even if
佐
there
藤歩
is,
さんと仲が良かったと記憶し
how
て
do
い
we
るわ。
approach and question them if talking outside of class is forbidden? Sato Ayumu was good friends with them.
あと西園さんは美術部だから、あなたの
Nishizono
妹
was
さ
part
ん
of
に
the art
聞くの
club.
もいいと思うわ
Alright.
よ。
We do know 2 members of the art club.
いえいえ、私にはこのくらいしかできませんから。
Enraptured with silence, a sitting ovation. Is this Toko the Lesser? It is Toko the Lesser.
2年藤組の水原塔子です。
He's forgotten her so much. We had her name before, but still question marks.
先生、
Moist eyes, looks a bit firm in her gaze.
塔子に近づかないでください。
Well, happily, we'll stay far away from this Toko.
失礼します。
So she broke the rules by talking to teachers between class, so we'll have to turn her in. Give her all the demerits. No idea what she looks like. Oh no, that's not of the notebook, is it? It isn't. She's got no image. Ambush her at the entrance. Ask Yukari. Pretend I'm returning something she dropped. Yukari isn't a first year though, is she? She's in the art club, so she's good for elsewhere. She might be able to help though. Could ask someone who knows someone. If I pretend to return something, it could be a case of... Well, in that case, I'll turn it in for you, right? She might know. Because ambushing her at the entrance sounds all kinds of wrong. Plus, we're brothers and sisters, so... It's not too unnatural if I want to talk to her.
What どうかしましたか？ええ、構いませんけど。
And that is gonna be no when it's too late to play any of the moves she does know.
西園さんの友達ですから。それは構わないのですが、彼女は剣道部ですから、この時間は練習をしていると思いますよ。
Alright, so know where to find her at least then.
終わってからの方がいいと思いますけど。
We've tracked down her location. No need to go to the hall and confirm. Can't live under these
私の兄
conditions.
さんは年頃の女学生がたくさんいると我を見失う危険な人物だったのですね。
Yukari, your teenage students, no.
鼻の下を伸ばしていらっしゃるようでしたから。
The only thing we're love struck with is murder and solving murders.
お話がありますから美術室まで来ていただけますか？
I guess we have time, but this better not make us miss the gal.
ええ、向こうにみんないますから。物質棟と芸術教室は別棟になってるんです。戦後の学生改革の際、手狭になった本校舎から分けたという話ですよ。
Like the school overcrowding or the art room? Did everybody want to be an artist?
そう焦らなくても大丈夫ですよ。別に無理難題を押し付けるつもりはありませんから。
The two Tokos are to ambush me.
遅かったね、時坂先生。先生。
来週14日の水曜日に部活動の研修として美術館へ行く予定なんです。
Alright, so what do they want from me? Chaperone?
平日ですけれど休校日ですから。
そこで時坂先生に頼みがあるんだ。本来ならば顧問の先生が引率するのだけど、
So
そ
it
の
is
日どう
chaperone
も都
duty.
合が悪いらしい。
How much you want to bet if we accompany them for that Wednesday, we miss out on all the murders?
ええ、兄さんはおそらく暇でしょうからちょうどいいはずですよ。
But we have two cases going on, yours and the murders. Technically three.
認めません。
Unacceptable.
まあいいじゃないか。時坂先生も暇なんだろ。
Might as well say yes then if you
先生が
can't.
いなくてもいいじゃないですか。どうこそういうわけにもいかないんだよ。でも
頼
She
り
just
ない
doesn't
兄
like
で
us.
すけれど保護者としては使えますから。間宮心臓という画家の個展が開かれているんですよ。世界でも高く評価されている芸術家ですよ。絵画に限らず彫刻などでも多くの作品を発表されています。カトリック信者であったらしく宗教画に近いものが多いのですけれどね。
だから勉強を兼ねて見に行くのさ。それでは先生、よろしく頼むよ。
Does appear to be a religious school. We got a chapel, and the chapel is crosses.
いや、絵の続きを描きたいんだ。それじゃ。待って、トコ。
Must exit both the Tokos. Well, that took time then, so hopefully by now Kendo Club is done.
兄さんも帰りますか？
Mm-hmm. Should be
そう
done
です
soon.
か。ではまた後ほど。
Several students on their way inside with Kendo gear. Cool. One of them better be her then.
私ですか？何か？
Undisguised suspicion. Well, she's in Kendo Club, so if I'm gonna do anything untoward, they could all defend themselves. Guard is up. A part of her Kendo training, maybe?
話？
I feel like our cover is gonna be blown. We just straight up talked to her about dead students that she was friends with.
ここではダメなのですか？
Best place to hold this conversation. Faculty, infirmary, history prep room. Okay, gotta consider, right? It's a young female student. I'm an older male teacher. There's all sorts of suspicions. Alone in history prep is probably a bad idea. Faculty room. Nobody but the vice principal is supposed to know that I'm really a detective. Infirmary's probably best. Nene is a woman, so that's some reassurance for her. And already knows my role.
職員室ではいけないのですか？
Is the faculty room no good? Well, yeah, that's exactly my reasoning. Alone with the guy. But then Nene is faculty. Nene is an authority figure.
はい。
Well, they got here anyway, so probably not too bad of an option.
おや時坂先生、どうかされましたか？
Just straight up saying that. Gonna ask about the missing students. Totally within my capacity as a part-time history teacher.
そうですか。でしたら奥の応接でお話しされた方がよろしいでしょうね。
We don't know the dead after all, so we gotta ask if she knows, if she can pass on some homework to them.
先生、何者なんですか？
Oh, I'm simply who I am, a part-time history teacher. Yeah, right now, we're a part-time history instructor.
でも、失踪事件って。まさかユイのこと、警察ですか？探偵。
Now more students know. She's gonna tell her friends and they'll tell their friends.
わかりました。ユイは
Really
明るい子
cheerful.
でした。誰とも分け隔てなく接することのできる性格でしたか
Just
ら。
like Yukari's
友達は多
friend,
かったと思い
outgoing,
ます。
cheerful, connects with folks.
今村さんも友達はたくさんおられたようです。
So popular girl so far, is that the type?
今思えば年が明けてからのユイは元気がなかったような気がします。
Around New Year's. Which one was Yui? When she disappeared? January. Down around New Year's and disappears in January. Just before she disappeared.
ユイは決して一人でいなくなってしまうような真似はしません。何かに巻き込まれたか、そんな気がするんです。
Involved in something?
今村さんは特に何を？ユイがいなくなった時にはとても心配してくれていましたけれど。いいんです。
That gives us something. It's a bit more information we had.
ユイを、今村さんを見つけてください。お願いします。
I hate to tell her, but we might have already. Corpse and corpse. What to do now? Prowl around the school? Moon World? The park again? Got the station, the hospital, Metropolitan Art Museum. We could scope the place out before we have to go, right? Probably the good thing to do if we're gonna be chaperone. Take some time to figure out how to get there, scope the place out. Never been to the art museum. He was really missing out then. The information signs say nothing. Could it be the exhibition was a ruse, and they want to drag me out for some other nefarious reason. She's not Japanese? Oh no, does she not speak the language? She doesn't understand me.
何？
She's got her own character portrait though. Remodeling it to March 13th. That's in 4 days. But next week, yes?
そう、心臓。ステラ。
Her Japanese is very good. Okay, so where to? Park been to plenty. Hospital I really want to avoid. Shinjuku Station, anybody out over here? Over by the office? Report about the case. Dismembered girl found in Musashino. But no new info for me. Oh, that's it? That was a waste then? No? Oh. Wait, no, that is a waste. Because we would have come here anyway. Oh well. We'll bumble our way towards unending. Also, I thought our office was clean. It looks so ransacked behind him.
てめえを待ってたんだよ。井の頭の仏の身元が分かったぞ。
Oh no, which student was it? Inokashira. So, which corpse is this one again? Cemetery had a body. Right? Just the left arm amputated, we knew who she was. The Inokashira part corpse is the one with no body. I had maggots growing with advanced decomposition. So who was he? Which student?
今村遥法屋にある大場女学院の学生だ。2月20日頃に失踪したらしい。
Oh, that's one student, just Yui who's missing now, Yui.
確かお前、その学院に出入りしていたよな。解決したじゃねえか。
I mean, still are. There's one more student left to go.
殺されてちゃそうだろうな。誘拐か。こっちで今村家を調べる必要がありそうだな。営利目的の可能性もある。
Never know. Could be one of those to send a finger back at a time scenarios. Which is aiming bigger.
身元を隠すためだったのかもしれん。事実、今まで分からなかったわけだからな。
And it did take this long to idea.
銅はでかいからな。公園まで
But
運
the
ぶの
head
は
was
面
such
倒だろう
advanced
さ。
state of decomposition, though. We couldn't idea for this long, even with the head. Or if it's like the guy whose perspective we saw at the start, who wanted a perfect limb, wanted the leg, but couldn't have the leg because of a blemish, so settled for the arm. It could be it's the same guy and he wanted the torso. And if he wants the torso, you gotta get rid of the arms, the legs, the head. Yui has disappeared. Mid-January, after an issue on New Year's.
他にてめえの知り合いで失踪している奴はいないだろうな。
It's like there is a third body then. Because we got 2 bodies, 2 IDs, and none are Yui.
おかえりなさい兄さん。ええ、洗い物や片付けをしていましたから。それがどうかしましたか？
Excuse me.
そろそろ新宿の事務所も掃除に行かないといけないでしょうね。
Still just clean. Don't even. We saw the mess behind Gumshoe's granddad.
兄さんの綺麗は当てになりません。
And we haven't been ransacked. That's just from us sleeping there for 2 nights.
お茶を飲まれますか？それでは入れてきますので、その間に着替えてくださいね。どうぞ。浮かない顔をしていますね。
After 2 days in that school? All it took is 2 days, and I'm as depressed as all the rest of the students who had to be there day in and day out for 4 whole years.
あまりよろしくない知らせがあったのですか
？We're just gonna tell her the ID when she's a student. We might have known her, and might tell other people. Then word's gonna get out.
そうですか。ええ、お願いします。気になったことですか？そうですね。
Who's putting long black hairs in my drinks?
最近病気や怪我をして休む人が増えているので気をつけるようにと赤崎先生がおっしゃっていました。
Nene is telling people to be careful.
さあ、そこまではわかりません。いえ、私にできることなどこのくらいですから。ええ、もちろん。それでは兄さん、
We could probably
おや
trust
す
her
み
on
なさいま
that.
せ。
March 10th?
では、私は先に行き
You
ま
know,
す
it's
の
been
で。
about 4 hours. So I think what I'll do is take my second BRB. And then we'll begin this new day. When I come back. So for the meantime, enjoy the pleasant music. And I shall return momentarily. able to finish. Alright, so, March 10th. Did lecture yesterday. Today should be... I don't know, as per needed for teaching, so what's today gonna be? Back to school? Investigate on our own? Your career going on ahead?
兄さんも遅刻してはいけませんよ。
I'm still going to school then. Alright, we can still go to school. But then what all could we do from school? We can't investigate much from school. Especially if you can't
行っ
talk
て
to
まいりま
anybody.
す。
Oh, it's Saturday today. They got school on Saturday? Alright. What do we know about Koizumi Kei? Not a student from the Girls' Academy. I was wondering about that because she's a student, but the VP never mentioned anything about her. Same age as Haruka and Yui. Why placed in her abdomen? We can't give him information from flashbacks of the killer's minds that he was not privy to. That's player-only information. Parcel is missing. No way to investigate whether the egg is a connection. But they're both young girls and the bodies are both mutilated. Is that not a connection in itself? Ask about the black egg? A specific intent behind the black egg? Behind this in general? Took out the trouble to cut out the uterus and close her back up?
Yeah, 先生、おはよう。
Ohio.
トークでいいと言ったじゃないか。
But we're a teacher, we can't just call Toko. That's unnecessary fraternization with the staff. We'll be fired. He gets it.
おや、
He's unreliable, but he
意識
gets
してくれ
it.
ているのかな？
Toko, please, we're right in front of the school. Yelled at a minimum. Seen by all the students on their way to school. Just passing us by with no response for now, but then they're gonna gossip. Gossip is gonna make its way over to the VP. He's gonna think I'm fraternizing with the students.
気にしちゃいないさ。あ、そうそう。時坂先生、今日の帰りに時間はあるかな？
On my way home, if it helps with the investigation. Noon? We have school until noon on Saturdays? No problem. I'm busy. Depends on the situation. I feel like no problem. And also depends on. But depends on might sound too flaky, you know? Like, can you do me a favor? Depends what is. Ugh, never mind, I'll ask somebody else, kind of thing. No problemo? No problemo. She is, after all, our
意外だね。
client.
てっきり探偵さんとしての仕事があるのかと思っていたよ。
And so helping her out is detective work.
当然だろ。ありがとう時坂先生。では放課後、先生の部屋で待っているよ。
What class? They're opening up. They're asking questions. One student then gets participation points. But they're still coming up short of A's if they don't open up more.
何ですか？今ですか？ここでは先生に怒られると思いますけれど。
Emma's gonna think she's in so much trouble if we keep dragging her to the faculty room.
ですが、今は探偵として話を聞くつもりなんですよね。
You are not so loud. Can we not do that right here?
わかりました。何を話せばいいのでしょうか。ゆい。私が知っている限り、
Never
ゆい
had
が
anything
男
that
性
I
と
should
付き合ってい
voice,
た
huh?
ことはないはずです。
As far as she knows, though.
黒い玉。イースターエッグのことでしょうか。ここはカトリック系の学院ですから、春になると復活祭を行うんです。
But I don't think that's it.
あと、黒い卵といえば
Black egg itself is familiar?
何かあったような気がするんですけれど。
Well, if she remembers.
このようなところでこそこそとお話とは感心いたしませんね、時坂先生。
It's not secret conversation. We're the teacher. This is about academics.
授業以外でみだりに男性と話してはならない。先生ならば当然知っていてしかるべきはずですが。
Covered up somehow? Tell the truth? I'm done for. I can't blow my cover here. How entangled is it gonna be if I try to make up a lie, but I can't back up that lie? The truth is that we're asking about a missing student who's been murdered with privileged information about the state of the body. I think if we tell the truth, then there's no point playing teacher anymore. Cover it up.
まあ、そうでしたの？
違います。先生はゆい。
What is the point of me covering it up if we're just gonna tell her?
私に尋ねてきたんです。
どういうことですか？
Even if you didn't tell her that, she might have followed my lead. And the number of students who knows the truth about her purpose here continues to increase.
嘘ならば、もう少し信憑性のあることを言ってもらいたいですね。
信用されていませんね。
本当なのですか？
おそらく本当のことだと思いますが、教頭先生ともそのようなことを話されていましたし。
そうですか。わかりました。あなた、佐藤さんでしたかしら？もうよろしいでしょう。ここはお引き取りなさいな。
はい、わかりました。ええ、すみませんでした、時坂先生。
We are docking her grade down to a C after that.
あなたを心から信用したわけではありませんが、今はいいでしょう。そのようなものなのでしょうね。ですが先生、曲がりなりにも今は教師なのですから、規則を破るような真似は慎んでいただけますか？
Being chewed out by a student. Is she herself, right now, not breaking the rules, with unnecessary chatter with a male teacher?
目立たぬようにですか。先生はこの学院についてどう思われますか？
So a bit stiff is putting it lightly.
先生、規則ということには理不尽なものが多くありませんか？ええ、
That's
当
a
然
very
です。
non-answer.
ですが、人間とは理性や感情で動く生き物です。抑圧された空間に押し込められていると、徐々に反発力が強まっていくのではないでしょうか。
She is speaking truth in every society, in every part of the globe. Put too much pressure, and the young will splash out where they can.
私だって先ほど佐藤さんに注意したばかりだというのに、こうし
Exactly
て
like I
先生
said.
とたわいない会話をしています。お話が長引きましたね。先生、お引き止めして申し訳ございませんでした。それではごきげんよう。
I don't know. She doesn't trust us, but it feels like she's opened up about some personal truths of her own. Could be even if there's no trust, us simply being an outsider and not actually a teacher gives her freedom to open up with somebody who doesn't really have the authority to hammer down on her for being a nail that sticks out.
やっほー先生。トジコ言うない。
Why don't you go?
あ、うん。私さ、1年生に話を聞いてきたんだけどね。
Oh,
そこ
no.
でなんだか気になる噂が流れてたんだよね。
Is it because the student body has seen me come to school with a different girl to my arms 2 days in a row? First my own sister, then Toko.
噂というよりは、むしろ
Oh,
おまじ
superstition.
ないみたいなんだけれどね。黒い卵を身につけて割れなかったら願いが叶うけど、割れちゃったら黒い聖母がやってきて殺されるって話。
Black Madonna will kill you if your egg breaks. If it doesn't, you get a wish. Black egg.
なんか知っとうと？
We never told her about the black egg, did we? We asked whether the student, but not her.
どうだろうね。他のとこの子には聞いてないからわからないよ。そもそもどれだけ流行っているかもわからないし。
That was kind of funny that given the Catholic school, they've somehow twisted an idea of a Black Madonna, an evil version of the Marian figure.
どうだろう。1年生の中でもごく一部だったからね。
The first years. So maybe it's what the young kids do when she's too old to get it.
どう先生、私も役に立つでしょう。だからトジコって言うなってば。
Actually surprised we're actually getting more information on the Saturday half day. Popular among first year students, but Ayumu didn't know. Nurse might know more kids. But would they talk about eggs here?
時坂先生、どうかなさいましたか？あら、お仕事ですか？いえ、
No, she wouldn't know.
くあるおまじないですね。まあ、そんな噂が流行っているのですか？それが事件
Just
と
add
何の
it to
関
her
わりが？
repertoire of nurse questions. Any headaches? Any cold or flu symptoms? Do you know about the Black Madonna? Does it have nothing to do with them? At least one of those girls was found with the black egg in their abdomen, in place of the uterus. They were both first-year students.
私もその噂、それとなく聞いてみることにするわ。
So far, the victims have been first-year students, so maybe age really is a factor. Did make a promise to Toko the Greater.
待たせたね、探偵さん。私自身に関する話
Rescued us from a
で
cigarette.
他の人を同席させるわけにもいかないだろ。
Yeah, this is gonna be like progress on her own investigation towards her true self. If we're going to be making per diem off her case, we gotta at least have some progress.
まさか忘れていたとは言わないよね。探偵さんは本業で忙しかったろうから、私の調査が進まないのは分かっていた
Any
けどね。
interaction as a teacher or detective shapes that idea of who the true self of Toko is. And what does she mean real work? Does that mean she's not gonna pay us? I was under the impression of being paid for this job.
だから今日は探偵さんにもっと情報をあげようと思ったのさ。黒い卵？確か箱根の温泉卵が黒いんじゃなかったかな。
Eggs? I don't think that's it.
ああ、そうだ。箱根の温泉卵は食べれば寿命が7年延びると言われているから5、6個買ってきてくれないかな。
If I wasn't botching all the stuff, so that might be foreshadowing. Yeah, still client.
明日は休みだよね。だ
Client,
からうちに来てもらいたいんだ。
even though no contract's been signed, no money has been exchanged.
本当の私を見つけるには私のことを知ってもらうのが一番だろう。
Maybe Reiji's doing this
私
pro
が
boner.
話すよりもずっと分かりやすいだろうしね。うん。じゃあそうだね。昼頃に吉祥寺駅の前で待っているよ。
Moon Sunday?
あ、もし忙しいのだったら無理に付き合ってくれなくても構わないからね。ありがとう、
She
時
says,
坂先
as if we
生。
haven't just arranged a client meeting. How unprofessional would it be to arrange such meeting, then cancel last minute? So where to go this time? Everyone should be gone from school. Shinjuku Station last time had nothing. Hospital, art museum, still under renovations. Park or Moon World? Park?
「ごきげんよう、時坂先
Orihime's
生。
here.
ええ、先生は探偵として
Not
のお仕
so
事です。
loud, other students come here.
そういえばここでも先日遺体が発見されたらしいですわね。どうかなさいまして？そうですわね。ですから今も使用人が近くにおります。
She's got servants hidden among the trees and the crowds. Snipers on the bridge across the lake.
家なんて関係ありませんわ。私の護衛と言いますけれど、していることといえば私の監視です。
Must
箱入り
not be
娘
doing
に
this
悪い
job
虫が
very
つか
well
な
if
い
he
よ
lets her
う
talk to
見
us.
張っているのですわ。
Yeah.
先生のことはきちんと伝えてありますから
Oh.
心配いりませんわ。
You lied to him.
でもきっと彼はお父様に告げ口するでしょうけれど。あら、構いませんのに。
Teacher, and the rules are strict. No interactions instead of class. Moon World, where to? Maybe Takashiro might have some information. Sorry, Natsume-chan. But if we go back, I'm gonna have to keep the butterflies on standby just in case, because you never know with her. Don't have anything for me. Alright, she's got nothing. Let's go. As a greeting. Pretty busy, so could we go then? Well, I'd like more cognac. He gives up so easily, oh my goodness. It is more cognac.
さっきナナちゃんが気張ってな、お土産言うて持ってきてくれたんよ。
Oh, takoyaki,
う
really?
まくもなし、まずくもなし。らしいおせえ。
I'll take some delicious donuts. Eating them with a scalpel. I really hope that these scalpels haven't been used.
はい。
She's a coroner after all. Can we eat our own? Has that
いつも使う
scalpel?
てるやつやで、解剖に。
Okay, she could have them. I'm perfectly fine.
新品なんやから心配あらしまへんの。
Brand new, but you said yourself just now. The one I always use for autopsies. I don't care if you're joking and put off from these now.
なんや、時坂はん食わへんの？そう？おおきに。
You know what? What if that is a clean scalpel that she doesn't use for anything but food? But she knows the effect it has on people, and this is her way of making sure she gets all the snacks for herself.
おや、聞きたい？
I'm scared, but I want to hear about it. I'm scared, so I don't want to hear about it. We're here anyway, just tell us.
まあ、うちがこのお仕事始めた理由っちゅうのは簡単っす。
Just seemed interesting.
面白そうでしたからな。他にもあるんおすけどな。合法的に人様の体を切り刻めるお仕事なんてこれくらいですやろ。
At least she has a legal outlet that performs a service for society, right?
でもうちに持ち込まれんのはいつも筋張ったおっさんばかりですやろ。 せやからここ最近の若い子の体はバラしがいがありますのや。
As
今
anything
回
but
は
a
事件
criminal.
が都下で起こうとりますやろ。せやから監察医務員におったこともあって知識もあるうちが監察医に選ばれたんよ。ああ、せやった。時坂藩に話しとかなあかんことあったんよ。あんな、ここでバラした仏さんなんやけどな。
So do we get more
監察医
information
務員の方
here?
でもう一回調べることになったんよ。
Looked over one more time at a forensic hospital?
なんでもな、うちの鑑定結果に文句があるらしいのや。指紋鑑定からやり直してるらしいで。
Fingerprint test, but again, unless one of the girls at school got in trouble, she wouldn't really have her fingerprints in a database, would she?
最初のバラバラの方や。まあ、うちじゃ腐っとったから調べようがあらへんかったのも確かなんやけどな。
A chance it isn't Imamura Haruka? Are we sure? Which is the first corpse? The park, right? Because that was on February 29th. Cemetery corpse was March 1st. Arms, leg, and head were found. Confirmed as Haruka using mug shots of missing persons. So there is some subjectivity to it then. It might not be her. If they're going for similarities of a mostly decayed head.
うちの見立ては間違うとらへんと思うんやけどな。ま、公式発表するんはあちらさんやからな。まだどちらともわからないというとこをすな。
Could be either. Could be neither.
あら兄さん、お帰りなさい。遅かったんですね。心配せずともきちんとありますよ。そういえば先ほど魚住さんからお電話がありました。もう少ししたらこちらにお越しになるそうです。
So has he got more information too then? Maybe it's the updated forensics from the forensic hospital. Could be.
兄さん、魚住さんがお見えになりました。はい、わかりました。
And in enters Detective Gumshoe's
おー
grandpa.
レジ邪魔するぜ。まあ分かったというか分からなくなったというか。
Oh
そんなと
no,
ころだ。
really? It's either or like that? What's he found?
なんだ知ってやがったのか。腐敗が進行していて断言はできないそうだがな。生前の今村遥の所持物に付着していた指紋と一致しなかったらしい。
Flesh too far gone to confirm, but don't match Haruka's possessions. Determined it was Imamura from the bone structure of her jaw.
歯の治療跡でもありゃ確実だったんだろうがな。今村遥は歯科医に通ったことがなかったらしい。
She never visited a dentist in her entire life? I guess it is the 50s.
そっちの不明者についても捜査中なんだが、何せ物証がない。
No
現住所に
evidence for
警官を
Yui
向
at
かわせた
all.
んだが、もぬけの殻だった。
Current address abandoned. Abandoned for Yuri's residence. What was Yui's situation? Art club. Missing middle of January. Wasn't a troublemaker. May have gotten involved in some kind of incident.
西園結衣の母親は昨年の秋に亡くなっている。これについては過労による急性心不全で事件性はない。それからしばらくの間一人で生活していたようだな。データ、警官が行くと自宅の中はきれいに片付けられていたというわけだ。自発的な蒸発、そう考えられている。
Or she tidied up, went to school one day, and just never came back.
自分の痕跡を一切残したくなかったのかもしれんな。
No fingerprints at all in her entire house. I don't know. That sounds like somebody else must have gone in and tidied things up to make sure nothing was found.
かもしれねえな。俺だって調べてるぞ。それにバラバラの方をてめえが調べてるのはそっちの依頼があったからだろう。
Because of my other request. And the only link is all the victims are young girls.
売春防止法がそろそろ施行されることもあって減ってはいるようだが、それでもまだ失踪者は多い。当然犯罪に巻き込まれているのも多いはずだ。そうならんために俺たち警察は動いているんだ。
11th? Sunday. Day off, right? Day off, and we're meeting Toko at noon, if I remember correctly. Already noon now? Oh no, we better get going.
おはようございます、兄さん。
Morning.
ずいぶんと遅くまで飲んでいらしたようですね。
It was business. It was Grandpa Gumshoe, we had to.
いえ、そんなことはありませんけれど。あら、書庫にこもるんですか？
Nah, can't.
そうですか。いってらっしゃいませ。
遅いよ時坂
We're
先
late.
生。
Came as fast as we could.
レディーを待たせてはならないよ。
She said
男
noon,
ならば
right?
先んじで待っているという器量を見せなくてはね。
Meteorology aside, noon means 12 on the dot, doesn't it?
私とデートするのがそんなに待ち遠しかったんだ。最低だ。
Oh, what? Doesn't like drinks. Okay, there's a true self. Artist, kind of rebels from the stifleness of school, but doesn't like drinking. Case solved. Give us our money.
こっちを通っていた方が早いんだ。本当は三鷹駅から歩いた方が近いのだけれどね。こちらの方が栄えているから便利なんだ。そういや、最近はこの辺りでも物騒な事件が頻発しているらしいね。探偵さんは何か知っているのかな？
We can't be given her privileged information.
守秘義務というやつだね。
And I knew
今
it
年に
look.
入ってすぐ
She played
そ
us.
この町工場で発砲事件があったし、ついこの間にはここで誰かが殺されていた。私は大丈夫。だって探偵さんが守ってくれるんだろ。
It turns out Toko is really the murderer. Protected by the arm of the law.
ここが口利けさ。 病院の院長だからね。この建物にも診療所があるんだけれど、そこでは今おじが働いているんだ。
Grandfather had a hospital. House is a clinic as well. Uncle's working at the moment. Sounds pretty cozy.
さあ探偵さんどうぞ。少々待っていてくれないかな。今お茶を入れてくる。
Okay, analyze everything. They got a flower, they got a portrait. What else have they got? They have a garden and trees.
黄昏れているね。
Yeah, it turns out the closer you get to summer, the darker it gets.
そうだね。カステラもあるけれど食べる？
I don't want to hear the word cake anymore. Not after this weekend.
ちゃんと食べるよ。お父さんみたいなことを言うんだね。
Good. Maintaining professional distance.
私は父さんのこと知らないから。今母さんは出かけているけれど、ここで生活しているのは私と母さんとおじさんだけ。父さんのことは全然覚えていない。
Mother's out. Myself, my mother, my uncle. At least she's got family around.
ああ、そうか。父さんのことだけじゃないな。小さかった頃のことは何一つ覚えちゃいないんだ。うん、どうだろう。
Actual parameters for the job she's given us.
そんな単純なことじゃないような気がするんだ。もっと、ほら、なんて言うのかな。
I guess that's true. There is that trauma aspect to it. I was gonna say that. Is it really so unusual? Was it really so normal to forget? But given the era, I can see her blocking it out then, or many others.
だからかな。ねえ、時坂さんのことも聞かせてよ。
Okay, tell her something. How about that we're actually a detective? She knows it, but she hadn't specified new things.
そんなことない。興味あるよ。どうして探偵になったのかとかさ。きっと想像を絶するような理由があると思うんだ。
I forgot how long this game takes to set up. Like we haven't even got to the first point where we die.
時坂さんが警官だったなんて想像もつかないな。うん。だって先生やってる時だって似合ってなかったから。
What, are you kidding? That school is a prison. So, what better teacher to get than our next cop?
ねえ時坂さん、探偵になってよかったと思う？そうじゃなくて、探偵でよかったと思うことはある？
A very dry lip day, whatever reason today. As always, I blame the cat waking me up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, yowling at the door, scratching, non-stop. I don't know how that would cause dry lips, but I'm blaming it anyway.
そうなんだ。例えばどんなこと？
He's gotta branch out as a detective. Maybe do less murders, maybe do some more lucrative, cheating husbands. A bit of foreshadowing now, but a bit of spoiling for now. But if he was frustrated how, as a cop, police couldn't do anything about murders, then he's not gonna enjoy how this game turns out.
探偵といえば颯爽と現れて難事件を解決する人だと思っていたけれど、
Is it? You were a cop? You still think that's true, man? The police and only the police can truly prevent crime? Wow. He was a cop. He grew up in times of chaos, became a cop himself. I suppose he's fallen hook, line, and sinker for it. I'm always too late. But you were as a cop too, weren't you? So what's all this talk about the police? Only the police truly prevent crime.
警官だった時何かあったんだね。そう。
You were a cop and you couldn't prevent the crime of your own lover's murder.
だから時坂さんは寂しいの？あ、母さん帰ってきたみたい。
Oh cool, we get to meet the family now. Regain your composure before mom comes in.
時坂先生、お待たせ。
Dang, looks just like her. That's you in 20 years?
いつも娘がお世話になっております。母の千鶴でございます。では、どうぞごゆっくりしていってくださいませ。そうですか。では、今後とも瞳子のことをよろしくお願いいたします。
Rude, isn't it? Mom just comes in, introduce ourselves, then look at the time we gotta go. It's kinda sus. So neither cold towards the daughter, nor brusque with me. Could that be more overtly neutral then? A lack of concern?
先生を送ってきます。
It could be she's simply as trusting of teachers as he is of cops.
よかったらまたいらしてください。先生。
Or maybe she knows that we're a detective. Somebody's gotta be paying my commission after all. And I doubt an unemployed high school student has the money to pay my fees.
仲が悪いわけじゃないよ。どう接したらいいのかわからないだけさ。
Don't know how to
Bye-bye,
connect with
Nine.
her. Well, that's teenage. That's a teenager and parent relationship, though, isn't it? Maybe it is mom's commission. Please find out what my daughter's really like, but given to us from the daughter directly instead of from her.
時坂さんのところはうまくいっているみたいだね。
Oh, that's different. That's not a father-daughter relationship. It's brother and sister.
私もしっかりしているつもりなんだけれどな。時坂さんはどう思う？時坂さんだってフラフラしていたじゃないか。
What's wrong with running to the park? You get level-headed by clearing your head. Park's a good place for it, apart from the burners.
ほんと、大人ってずるいよね。
Sure, Toko. Sure.
瞳子ちゃん。
Uncle?
あ、おじさん。
Hey, what other man? Looks young. if I had to guess, 28 the most? Same age. Is his estimation, so yeah, 28, they're not too far off.
はじめまして、時坂先生でよろしいですか？僕は彼女の叔父にあたる朽木文也です。お話はいつも彼女、トウコちゃんから伺ってます。
Is that important information? He
何で
offered a
も
left
学園に
hand.
とても面白い先生
The
がいたと
sinister
か。
hand.
おじさん、診療は終わったの？
ああ、うん。まだカルテの整理やらやらなくてはいけないことは残っているけれどね。ええ、以前は父が診察していたのですが、今は中野に大きな病院を建てまして、そちらにいるんです。
That's your grandpa's then.
僕はどうも大病院というのが苦手でして、こちらの方が性に合っているんです。それに、僕
The
が治療し
situation
なくてはなら
uncle
ない患
and
者
niece
も
both
います
understand.
からね。
これ以上おじさんの邪魔をするわけにもいかないし、私は先生を送ってきます。いいから、それじゃあおじさん。
またいらしてください、時坂先生。
They're all so nonchalant about the daughter walking off with the teacher arm in arm. I guess it's simpler times, wasn't it? Different standards. Your daughter walks off with a 30-year-old teacher like, oh yes, got herself a man with a job.
ねえ時坂さん、今日のこと誰にも言わないでくれないかな。
She kidding? That's her own neck on the line. If the teachers and students aren't allowed to talk outside classroom, school finds out that we went to her house to see her family. We won't just be fired. We'd be decapitated. They put us on the chopping block in the chapel.
うん、そうだね。それは分かってるんだ。うん。ありがとう、探偵さん。あ、月が出てる。すごく細いね。大丈夫だよ。月は寂しい人にはと
Student
ても
teacher
優しいんだ。
relationships. Illegal, improper.
どんなに沈んでいる時にだって月は柔らかな光を投げかけてくれる。強すぎず弱すぎず
Also,
優しく包み込んでくれる温かな光を。
given the first-person nature of the game, it always throws me off whenever it gives a CG that actually shows the player character. I'm always like, who's this at first? That's me? That's me? Forget 30, he looks 23.
時坂さんは寂しいの？寂しさを感じない人はとてもかわいそうだよ。だから時坂さんだって寂しさに対して罪悪感を覚えることはないよ。人間はとても弱い生き物なのだから。
We're being very open with our students.
Tokisakaさんは強いんだね。
I don't know, he's a bit flaky. The shell metaphors again.
やっぱ がずっと殻の中にいるようなものだから。でもね、時坂さんと私は、そう、私たちは同じなんだ。
Toko, if that's the case, then that is a wake-up call, that's a warning. Work on your school and becoming the best you can be, so you don't end up the same as Reiji here.
あそこは私の本当の居場所じゃない気がするんだ。だから私はううん、なんでもないよ。じゃあ時坂先生、もう遅いから私は帰ることにするよ。
It is pretty late, huh? So we came at noon. However long it took to come here. And now the moon's high in the sky.
なんだい？
She wasn't kidding, this really was a date then.
うん。
What do you have in common? They're both Japanese. They live on the same latitude. They have dark hair, 2 feet, 2 arms. Binocular vision, opposable thumbs. External earlobes. That's the connection. You're ignoring Moon World how many days in a row? Twice now? Wasting days on locations that give nothing?
今日は日曜日だから、初音ちゃんはご実家に帰っているのよ。そうだけど、いいわよ。時坂くんだったら。
See, Reiji, she keeps giving me these allowances for you. She's more your type, trust me.
どうしたの？
Reliable, dependable, independent business owner, and single, has a hots for you? Go for it, man.
顔に出てるわよ。眉間にシワが寄ってる。何か考え事？ユキコのこと？もうすぐ7回忌だものね。
What's it for me? 4 now? This autumn?
コーヒー飲む？それともお酒の方がいいかしら？ちょっと待っててね。京子さんのスペシャルブレンドを入れてあげるから。
Dang, we're getting the special menu for free. Oh, just the ordinary coffee blend. But it's made with love.
何？何言ってるのよ、時坂くんは。
A teenager asks us about loneliness, and so it becomes the only subject we think about.
このお店にはしょっちゅう時坂くんも魚住くんも来るし、今は初音ちゃんもいるしね。こ
So,
れで寂しいだなんて言っちゃ罰が当たるわよ。
so yes, but you can't complain.
似合わないわよ、時坂くんにそんなかっこいいセリフは。寂しさは何とかして紛らわせるのが一番よ。私はそれがこのお店だっただけ。
Might have? He went from what? Cop to rampage to detective? It's a flashback time. New moon. So we don't get a moon this time? An omen towards our upcoming death has been too long. How long has it been? 5 hours and 5 seconds? And not a single death so far? But it's Monday though. We got school to be. Could it be? New body found.
はい時坂でございます。あ、はい今起きてきましたので変わりますね。
I mean, who else would it be for?
ええ魚住さんからです。
Ozumi-san. So yeah, we got more bodies or more information?
おおレイジ大変だぜまた
In
出やがっ
deep shit. Happened again.
ああ今度は着地だついさっき発見されたばかりで詳しいことはわからねえがどうも続いているみたいだぞ
Okay, if I remember correctly, I think this means we've dodged a death, but we have a couple new opportunities coming up.
おじゃあ後でな
Making it a save here. Because I seem to remember, vaguely, that your ability to advance and survive beyond this day is dependent upon the investigation, how thorough you are.
ええわかりました。気をつけてくださいね。
No more than half an hour? Quick? Imagine if you had a car too.
おお来やがったかそう流行るなよまだ鑑識もついたばかりで何も調べちゃいねえんだただ発見時の状態から見てそう判断しただけだ
Another dismemberment?
いや
No.
もう一件の方だ
UMO.
右腕が切られていて腹には縫い跡があるらしい
Well, that's the same MO then. That's a dismemberment of the right arm. And a wound on the abdomen. Same one.
あとは現場を見て判断してくれ
Okay, what have we got that's so brutal? Check the environment. It sits at the corner of Shikuji Park.
どうだ
Don't rush me.
早朝に散歩していた近所の老人が見つけたらしい
Old man again.
その時から遺体は全く動かしていないそうだ
It's always old men discovering these corpses. Is it the same old man? Can we get, like, investigation on that? Okay, let's check out the stiff.
いえ発見時からそのままだそうです
So the black cloth came with the body. Oh, we could zoom in. What's this arrow? Oh, that's that stuff. Head twisted all the way around. Oh, wait, no, this is... So the guy we were peeking into wasn't showing us a peek at the person from before. One of the old deaths. This is a new one. head twisted around, all to the eye to make it look like she's gonna cry, and a wound on the back for the effect of tears. I remember that.
ああ、見たところ同じ凶器とは言い切れんが、まあ同じような状態で切断されているな。
So you're the one then with the mole on your thigh, which means the one with the leg on fire wasn't the mole girl. Wait a minute, hold on. I recognize his face, his hairstyle. Is that one of our missing girls? It could be Haruka. It kind of looks like Haruka, doesn't it?
ああ、
What about the gash? The laceration on her back. Corpse head twisted around so that she faces backwards. Wait a second, I just realized something. This black cloth around the dead body, is that the effect of the Black Madonna? Do the kids actually know more than they're letting on? Like, without knowing it.
わからんよ。意味がないわけではないだろうが。
A black shawl. Weeping blood. Like a weeping Virgin Mary statue. But in black. And grotesque. I wanted to look at the eye. What about the cloth? Also wrapped in a black cloth. Cashmere of a very specific sheep. Investigate some other areas. The buttocks. Seated cross-legged. Take a closer look. I don't see a zoom. Stitches on the abdomen reaffirms what Omizu said. Roughly sewn shut with thick thread. Leave it to Natsume-san, yes
まあ
please.
そうなるだろうな。
What else could we investigate? The arm? Some other areas? Is there more for the abdominal region? Delicate work to her? Is the mouth? Something stuffed into her mouth. If you missed this, you die, just so you know. I mean, there's so many ways you can die in this. If you don't get everything lined up just perfectly, little things that you're not privy to.
おう、ちょっとこっちに来い。
お呼びでしょうか。了解しました。
A scrap of notebook paper.
何か書かれている。
A strange new pain. I now must make my verse, giving matter to the canto. Number 20 of this first, Kenzoni, which tells of those submerged. By now I was all eagerness to see what sights the chasm, bathed in tears of anguish, would disclose. Saw people come along that curving canyon in silence, weeping, their pace the pace of slow processions chanting litanies in the world. As my gaze moved down among their shapes, I saw into with strange contortions. Their chins and chests were twisted. Their faces were reversed upon their shoulders, so that they came walking backwards, since seeing forward was denied them. Faces reversed upon their shoulders. So if you find out what this is in reference to, that could give us a clue to the Lightfoot. It's a clue. It's more to work with.
じゃ
Gonna
あ
wait for the
運んでくれ。
autopsy.
どうだレイジ。
I think I've just dodged 2 bullets now. Would it be 2? Or is that other one I'm thinking of an upcoming one? And I've got the order wrong. I probably do have the order wrong. Because there's 1, like I said right, in this game, if you get close to people and have sexy times, that means you or her or both are dying. And there's 1 coming up that is a very brief window of opportunity if you choose to pursue a sexual relationship with 1 person in particular. Then this is one of those earlier deaths. You want to get lucky? Well, congratulations. Here's a very gruesome death for yourself. I thought it was this one, but it's coming up, I think. Like I said, it's been years, so I only got like the broad strokes remembered.
同一犯だとしたらまたお前の仕事が増えるな。
Workload's increased, but so is my pay, just so you know. I'm not doing this pro boner.
まずは身元の確認だな。今度のは顔もほぼそのままだから調べやすいだろ
It's gotta be Haruka.
う。解剖の結果はまだ出ねえだろ。
Are we sure we want to go to her place? Like he says, there's no way she's gonna finish the autopsy. What have we got to talk about that we can't do over the phone? Okay, now I've got them ready. Arrive at Takabanawa at the Takashira Hospital.
はいはい、ちゃっちゃと運んでくれやす。おはようさ、時坂はも来たんね。
I like how she calls us Han.
さよか。ほな、仏さんばらしながら話しようか。
Talk away, cut up the body. A very romantic way to spend our afternoon.
おいで、何が聞きたい？ちらっとな。あれは
It's the same.
同じやね。お腹縫っとる感じがそっくりやし。ただ、手慣れてきたっちゅう印象は受けるね。
Wait a minute. In that perspective view we got, didn't he say it was like his second time? Was it his second time, or was it the 2 before?
あとは首ですな。あないなことする意味がわからへん。まあそれ言うたら前の足を燃やしてたんもわからんけどな。まあ同じっちゅうたら同じかもしれまへんな。
遺体の遺留品もこちらに置いておきます。
Was found with the corpse. What all was there? The note? And the cloth, right?
なんや
Otherwise she was naked,
そん
there's
なん
nothing
こっちに
else.
放られてもあかんで。そちらはんで調べておくんなまし。
はい、そうですけれど。
何押すそれ。なんか女の子の字みたい押す
What's
な。
handwriting?
筆跡鑑定したら何かわかるんとちゃいます？
Is it a thing we can do? Do we have the resources for that? A handwriting analysis?
比較する標本がないと無理ですよ。
Put out another sample for comparison. Ah. What if we cut the paper in 2? Right? Then we have 2 samples.
一連の被害者の資料でしたらこちらに揃っていますから、集められるのでしたらそれ以外の方をお願いします。
Assembled a collection of all the data related to this batch of victims. But if I can gather anything else. Okay, so I can gather the samples. Cool. Leave it to the forensics teams or make my own specifications. What if I make my own specifications? If I know anyone who fits the bill.
まず誰の標本を手に入れるか決めといた方がええんちゃいます？多分3人くらいですやろけど、女の子で選んでな。
Around 3 people. Alright, so who's crossed out? The vice principal. My cop friend. Amaya. I guess people aren't related. Handwriting from the cafe owner. My sister, Toko. The cafe's worker. Could be Yui? I doubt it's the ex-actress wife of my detective buddy in Ueno. Orihime, maybe? The nurse? Toko the Lesser? Somehow I doubt that Tojiko is the one. I also have doubts about Ayumu. Toko's mother. So possibly more somebody related to the school. We can't choose Haruka. We'll choose Yui. Orihime. Toko the Lesser seems too skittish. She's obsessed with the other Toko. She doesn't have time to do anything about murders. Kendo Club, wary of us, but she opens up upon learning we're a detective sent here by the vice principal. So I don't think she'd have anything to do with a poem stuffed in somebody's face. Maybe Toko? No, Toko's more for art. I really doubt Yukari is about this stuff. It's not about insects. If the poem was about insects, then sure.
You're
back tomorrow? Gotta meet all these people in question later.
にしてもなんやろな、このけったいなシーみたいなのは。すなわち顔は背に向かい。この仏さんそのままやないか。
Seems like a script.
なんかの詩集にでも載っとるんですやろか。
Giving match with the canto number 20 of the first canzone. He has seen it. A strange new pain, I must now make my verse.
あとは何かあります？
I don't like that look she's getting. The corpse wasn't Haruka?
うちはその子やと思うてるんけどな。
They said differently.
よそがちゃう言うたんやろ。
Fingerprints too
腐っとっ
decomposed.
てよう判断できひんと思うんやけどな。
But we didn't use the fingerprints, did we? Natsume-chan used the structure of the jaw. The head and the rest of the parts belong to different people. It's a possibility, isn't it?
別人って誰やねん。そない仏さんは余っとらへんやん。
This individual case had 2 bodies. Now it has 3. Who's to say there aren't more? Okay. The assumption was Haruka, right? What if it's somebody else? There's Kei, whose body was discovered. Yui? The missing girl we don't know the fate of?
うん。まだ見つかってへん娘さんやったね。 かもしれへんな。まだ仏さんは監察医務院にあるやろし、もう一丁調べてみまひょか。今んとこはこんなもんですやろか。ほなうちは解剖に入るさかい、時坂藩も頑張りな。ええよ、その借りは後でじっくり返してもらうさかい。
If nothing else, I guess that just means we don't need the butterflies yet. I have no idea how she'll take advantage of me this time. Fitting words. Thought he said she's messed up. I was gonna say, yeah, your sister is. Also, he's not gonna give us a consultation fee for this chat, is it? This is just between friends, right? One dismembered, one burned foot, one head twisted.
全部同一犯なのか？3件の共通点は同年代の少女というところか。
Young girls of the same age, mutilations. Torso's missing for one, but the other two got the abdominal thing. The black egg. As a link.
黒い卵ってのは2件目のしかなかったんじゃないのか？今朝出た遺体の解剖はまだなんだろう。絶対に嫌だぞ。なんで俺が夏姉に。
She's your sister. Come on, do it for us, please. Think about this a little more. Ah, what else is it? What do we have? We got multiple pages. There's a poem. Corpse status, arm cut off, head twisted around so faces backwards. I mean, this is information on it. Right arm cut off, head twisted around, faces backwards. Abdomen sliced open and sewn up. It could just be that. The abdominal cut. How does that fit in? Okay, what's the question exactly? The common link is that all three involve young girls of the same age. Anything else? The cloth. It's a cloth then. The cloth is also a connector. Where's the cloth? The black cloth. Arms wrapped in one. Second case. Corpse buried in one. Third one draped over her.
全部同じ素材なのか？
The Black Madonna. Black Madonna. Black Madonna. If it doesn't break, your wish comes true. If it does break, the Black Madonna will come and kill you.
黒い聖母に殺される。ねえ。割れた黒い卵ってのは被害者の腹に入っていたやつなのか？
Their egg broke, so they were killed.
黒ずくめの女のかもしれないな。
I think the Black Madonna is the corpse themselves. Because the corpses themselves are draped in black. There were signs that one of the dead girls engaged in intercourse. Police discovered a mutilated corpse in the Arakawa drainage canal 4 years ago. Killers were the wife and mother.
それにしても懐かしいな。お前とこういう風に頭を使うのは。あの事件以来だな。
Doing this again. As if it's not our first time because we haven't played Cartagra. The abominable case 6 years past.
今回の事件、話を聞いているとあの時の六式事件と似ているような気がするんだが。
Could it be?
腹を裂かれ、一部が欠損した遺体、まるであの時の。
I don't know. This sounds like there's more connections the more he mentions it. Maybe we should look into this. I don't know, man. The MO sounds so familiar. What if Yukiko was a victim of what's going on today? I won't stop until he's brought to justice. Then we have to talk about this. Rikoshiki Makoto. Oh, so we have his name. We only know his name, though.
落ち着けよ。今はこの事件に集中しよう。な。
Time to follow up on some leads. Where first? If we're following up on leads, Girls Academy, Moonworld Park, Ueno Station, the hospital. If I'm following up on leads, I feel like it has to be Girls Academy, maybe the park, maybe the hospital. Let's go to the academy first. It's a Monday after all, right? Teacher Russ has to make an appearance. ねえねえねえねえ。
今頃ご出勤ですか？
Busy with my real job. Teaching is a real job.
あら、何か事件があったのかしら。ええ、私にできることでしたら。
Oh yeah, we're looking for a handwriting analysis, right? What are the girls we can't get anything on because she's missing? So we can't ask questions. There was the other one. We pegged her, Yui who's missing, and who was the last one? Orihime? We don't know where to find her though. She was at the park once, so maybe the park. Pretty wary of me. Mamaya Shinzo, regarded artist, even worldwide. Curatorish work at the Tokyo Metropolitan Museum. Husband died 7 years ago. My fiance died 6 years ago. It's a match made in heaven. Doesn't remember much of her childhood. Toko's mother, kind of awkward. Toko's uncle. Doctor was his own clinic. Yukiko died in 1950. Killer remains at large.
これでいいかしら。私が何かの事件で疑われているのかしら。そう。どちらにせよ、あまり良い気分ではないわね。
It's part of a job miss, that's all.
分かっているわ。
Sato-san is here. Oh, we get her handwriting too. We didn't mark her down? Like, can we get more?
協力なんでしょうか。
With Nishizone's handwriting. Okay. That's how we get Yui's?
ユイのですか。
Letters I was
やり
exchanging.
取りしていた
I'm
手紙
sorry,
でしたらあ
Ayumu,
ります
but
け
we
れど
need it.
これですけど、ユイを探す手がかりになるんですか。
Too early to say.
そうですか。でもお願いします、先生。
I don't think we found her though. The hairstyle of the corpse looked a lot like Haruka. I think that was the latest body.
はいわかりました。いえそういうわけではないんですが
In 2 days. Can't forget we're chaperoning for the museum.
はいそれでは失礼します。
Okay, let's try park this time. I don't think Orihime is going to be in Shinjuku or the hospital or Ueno. Tsukushima-san?
あら
Yeah, that's
先生
it.
ではありません
The
か。
third person we need the
ご
handwriting
きげん
of.
よう。少々肌寒い方が身は引き締まり、頭も澄んで晴れやかになりますよ。
I don't recognize that author. What's he write?
ええ、乙女の港です。
Seaport with a girl.
ええ、横浜にある女学園での生活を描いた作品ですわ。いわゆる少女小説ですわね。
It could be possible that there's enough literary references throughout this game that maybe having some background knowledge could help out.
あら、どうしてですか？私とて普通の年頃の娘です。こういう本に興味を持つことくらい当たり前ではなくて？私がどういったものを読んでいるとお思いでしたの？
A play. The Bible. Kasutore magazine. What's Kasutore magazine? Kasutore magazine. Japan in the wake of World War II. Occupy Japan in magazines. Kassatori publication was typically printed on poor quality scrap paper. Magazines low priced. Wait, what's us? And features erotic content combined with guro, bizarreness, and crime, together with pornographic writing and sexually explicit illustrations. Well, that's this game. That's exactly this game then, isn't it? But maybe the school representative in the Catholic all-girls school reads the Bible. No, Kassatori magazine. No, you wouldn't be. What the hell am I asking her?
あら、そう思われますか？
A wicked smile crosses her face.
ええ、もちろん。下劣な低俗誌など読んだところで
Filthy
何も得ること
vulgar
などありません
magazines.
から。何でしょうか？
Writing analysis time?
なぜ私に？筆跡？ええ、構いませんけれど。
Sounds pretty vague enough. When he puts it that way, it makes it sound like we want to know about women's writing in general. And not specifically that we suspect you for something and might want to see if your handwriting ties to a mysterious poem found in a dead girl's mouth.
これでよろしいですか？そろそろおいとまいたしますわ。それでは先生、ごきげんよう。また学校で。
I'm home. The first day that we've done a full day investigation since the start, I think. Being stuck as a part-time teacher in school really has stifled our investigation.
疲れたでしょ、兄さん。夕飯の前にお風呂が沸いていますから。
We haven't been able to do anything basically until yet another body was found that we weren't able to prevent. Then again, if that killer perspective happened in real time, then that killing happened a few days ago. So there wasn't really any way we could have stopped it. Hmm.
兄さん、夕飯ができましたよ。すぐ終わることでしたら構いませんよ。これは血ですか？
Is this good for our kid sister's psyche? If we keep pulling her in to participate in the investigation of these grisly murders of her friends?
新たなる刑罰を死に編み、第20の罪となす。兄さん、これは確か。
You know what it is?
題名は失念してしまいましたが、
A foreign
確
story.
か地獄を巡ってゆく
A
海
journey
外
through
の話
hell.
だったような。
That narrows it down. Dante's Divine Comedy. Akutagawa, Ryanosuke's Hell Screen. Geth's Faust. Well, she said for it. And Faust is more about the temptation that Mephistopheles gives Dr. Faust. Not exactly a journey through hell. It's gotta be Divine Comedy then.
そうです。ダンテの新曲です。
Divine Cantos. Matter to the 20th Canto. The Pain of Hell. This is dimly lit. How's it normally lit? Oh, I have to turn on the lights. There we go. Never mind. It's a book that I myself have bought. But then, what if it's a different translation? Strange new pain must make my verse. Yep. Faces reversed upon their shoulders. Came walking backwards. So do we have anything then for the burning foot? Imagine, if you can, how I would have kept from weeping when I saw up close her human likeness, so contorted that tears from their eyes ran down their backs. So whoever this is really is trying to make a match to Divine Comedy, down to the details. Put it on fire. They had both their souls on fire. On the 19th canto. Is it going in order? Beneath my head are crushed the others who practice simony before me, flattened into fissures in the rock. Ah, that's who's lightly buried. Flattened into fissures in the rock, put on fire. Buying or selling holy things. Sin of those who turn their heads backwards. And this is a Catholic school. Would have been then an opportunity to buy or sell something considered sacred. The wretched women who gave up needle, spool, and spindle to take up fortune-telling, casting spells with images and herbs. Would it be Sons of the Fathers? I don't think so.
兄さん、コーヒーをどうぞ。 理しないでくださいね。だといいのですけれど。はい、わかりました。おやすみなさい、兄さん。
Two of the corpses related to the Divine Comedy. In order, 19 and 20. Only 4 limbs and a head. Is it going to be earlier in the cantos? Going to be after? The missing torso. Could be the maggots. The maggots crawling on it does stand out. It could be that it's simply because the time between the murder taking place, the time between the disappearance, the time of the body being found are all separated. But it could be that the maggots themselves were a deliberate reference. The corpse's state of decay didn't match the maggots, so even if the body was kept fermenting indoors someplace outside the February weather, the maggots weren't growing at the same rate. Third canto. So it is jumping around then. So it's less in order then, and more just finding the canto to fit the crime. Miserable state is born by the wretched souls, who lived without disgrace, yet without praise. Without disgrace, yet without praise. So what, middling students? Middling students get murdered and get maggots put on their faces? In idleness. And I doubt we're gonna find any eggs intact, considering the fell fates of these girls. The books they read? Maybe. She is in the literature club. Yukari's friend. Gotta go to Natsume-san's place in the morning. Just opening the Bible, page 1, book 1. Song 4 time. We survived to chapter 4. I missed the name of the chapter. Oh well.
兄さん、こんなところで寝ていると風邪ひきますよ。
Well, let Nissan quickly use the bathroom first. It won't be too long of a bathroom break, just to give us one final stretch. But give me a second, then we'll jump right back into this. Won't be too long. I got no tea to make. Wow, this song is kind of silent, isn't it? Anyway, no matter, I'm back. Alright. So we what, slept in the library that night? Didn't even make it to the Book of Kings?
寝るんでしたらきちんとお布団に入ってくださいね。
A massive aches and pains. He is 30.
朝の5時です。まだ
5
今からでしたら
a.m.?
眠れるでしょ。
Then what's the point in waking me up right now?
どうせ兄さんのことだからずっと書庫にこもっているだろうと思って起きたんですよ。
Maybe she always wakes up this early in the morning to make breakfast for him and clean up for the day before going to school, and he simply never appreciates all the work that she puts in, on top of all her other obligations.
授業があるのではないですか？そうですか。
We have our
気を
meeting.
つけてくださいね。
Please be careful indeed. Otherwise, little sister is gonna have a little niece or nephew. Autopsy report should be done by now.
時坂藩やあらしまへんか。終わってへんかったらこないとこでのんびりとしとりませんね。さっき魚住藩も来はって報告書置いてきましたわ。
Good information, I hope?
そうやろね。今朝の新聞にも載ってましたさかい。
Identified and printed in the paper.
まず何から始めます？ほいじゃ魚住藩にもろった報告書から読みまひょか。
What does Ozumi-san have to say?
仏さんの名前は滝川由美。練馬区の大泉学園に住んでる学生さんやね。8日の夕方から見えなくなったって親御さんが警察に届けたらしいで。
Takegawa Yumi. Was that one of our missing girls? Isn't. Our missing girls were Yui and Haruka. Oh, that's a new one.
そうですな。死亡推定日時もその頃やし、しばらく隠しとったんかいな。
So, whoever's doing these murders, they have the time and the space for girl storage.
直接の死因は首やったね。やっ
Trauma
こ
to the
さん、
spinal
生
cord.
きたまま首を折ったみたいやで。ただその前に右腕は切られとったみたいよ。
That tracks with the vision, though. It's not really a vision. The change of perspective. So him chop off the arm and then twist her neck.
んでお腹はやっぱ割れた卵の殻が入っとったわ。この辺は前と一緒。成功の後も残っとったね。
Broken egg, sexually active.
頸管拡張の跡があったんよ。わかりやすく言えば
Abortion scars.
堕胎した後やね。ちょいと気になって前の仏さんも調べ直してみたんやけど、そっちもやった。
So both girls had had abortions. Young, high school girls have undergone abortions. Uterus ripped out, bodies mutilated, eggs put in.
まだあります今回の仏さん、薬を使われとる。モルヒネが左腕部から注射されとります。しかも致死量に極めて近い量を。今日日モルヒネなんか誰でも手に入れられますよ。
Oh, it's easy to get
麻
morphine
薬
these
取締
days. That
法が
doesn't
施
narrow
行さ
down
れ
our
たとはいえ
suspects.
ちょいとそこいら歩けばいくらでも売っとりますしな。ああ、そうでした。時坂藩、 昨日筆跡鑑定の依頼もしとったですやろ。
And we have the samples. Do we give them to you?
うちもなんぼかわかるさか
You might be able to
持
do
ってきた
something
ので
out.
見せておくれやす。
A woman of many talents. And criminal inclinations.
そいならちょいと見てみまひょか。ほんにまあ時坂はんえらく適当に集めてきたんですな。同じ感じがあればまだマシやったのに、これじゃ細かく見なあかんやんか。
That's fair. He can't exactly give off too many details. If these people were related, that'd be a major clue that we're onto
か
them.
まへんと思うんやけどな。これは近いかもしれまへん
Oh,
よ。
who's this? Yui's?
この手紙や
Yui.
西園ゆい、今行方不明になっとるお嬢さんやね。
Hold on, what do we know about Yui? Yumi is a new missing girl. Not really missing, a new corpse. Corpse discovered. At Shakuji Park, went missing in March 8th. Member of the art club.
できると思います。小産銀かニンヒドリンを使わなあかんからここじゃ無理をすけど、うちから鑑識に言うときます。急がせますから今日中には結果がわかると思いま
Alright,
す。
that's good then. If they gotta turn around that quickly.
ちゃんと返してくれるんやったら
They
ええ
should
よ
bring the。telephone back.
おお、ベイジか。
Contact the obstetricians of this area.
参加？平たいしたところを探せばいいのか？
He knew! He already knew!
そっちの方から攻めるのか。わかった、調べておく。
This is how you know it's a fantasy. The cops are actually super helpful.
今度はこっちからだ。西園ゆいについて
Yui did have a
どう
boyfriend.
やら男がいたらしいぞ。
Ayuma was certain she didn't.
まだ何者かは分かっていねえんだがな。これからも
And
続
again,
けるつもりだ。
Ayuma was exchanging letters with her, right? We don't know the nature of those letters. It could be she didn't want to believe that she had a boyfriend.
おいじゃ時坂はん貸してたの返してもらいまひょ
Oh
か。
no! Then the Reaper comes due for his payment. All the karma we built up. Charging a call
も
fee.
ちろんです。こっちで払ってもらいまひょ。
Pay it with this. Preemptive butterflies. Natsume-san rests her hand upon my groin. Reiji says he's too busy. Cash should be better.
飽きまへんや時坂はん。
That won't do. Prepare yourself.
決めやす。
This is why I've been worried every single time we come to this hospital. I knew it was coming up, but the memories were so faded, I wasn't sure when it was gonna happen.
もうこんなにしてここ来てからずっと興奮してたんとちゃいます？我慢せんでもええんよ。うちが優しくしてあげますさかい。ここほじると気持ちいいですやろ。
This isn't really plot relevant. It's just them having sexy times.
あら、もう出てきましたえ。
The funny thing is, right? While every other sexual encounter in the game is basically optional, this one isn't. This one's like mandatory.
ほんま、たくましいわ。時坂の。
Okay, just making sure my butterflies are working.
これで夜な夜な女の子を泣かせとるんちゃいまっか？あら、もったいないわ。うちでしたら一日でもほっときまへんのに。彼さすももったいないですからな。ほどほどにしときましょうか。出してもええよ。まだようさん時間ありますさかいな。
Yeah, he doesn't have all the time in the world. He's got to get back to the school and he's got an investigation to do, lady.
時坂藩はこっちでも感じるんおすな。どないしましょうかな。こないカウパー四川駅も出とるしな。いっぺん出しときましょうか。大丈夫やって。ほらほら、加藤なってきましたよ。もう出るんちゃいますか？
And then Guinea was banned from Twitch forever.
もう出すときは出るって言うてくれへんと。ベトベトですやんか。
She brought this onto herself.
今日のも恋ですな、時坂藩のは。何言うてますの？まだまだこれからやありまへんか。シャキッとせえへんと続けられまへん？
Well, that's a good thing then, right? We can get back to work.
はよ立たせへんとまたこっちいじります
Oh no, she's got Brett's.
大丈夫やって。うちかて直腸検査は何度もしとりますさかいな。痛くしいひんから。そんなこと言うてる割に元気になってきたやありまへんか。これなら十分やね。
Is it over? Wait, no. Is this a
今
two-parter?
日はこっちでな。こっちやったらいくらでも中で出していいさかいな。
Resigning himself to this. Yep, it's a two-parter. Actually, like I said, right, this isn't... Oh, wait, there we go.
時坂藩のがいっぱい。
I just held down on the enter button until it was done, but skipped all the way to school. What did we miss? Noon by the time we reached the academy. No students outside. Morning lecture's over soon. Bell rings when you enter the building. And the students are as quiet as ever. Sign of a slap? Confronting a first-year student. What you doing smack with the students? Surely that's gotta be against the rules.
いい加減になさい。くだらない噂などに惑わされてはなりません。
Is she doing damage control? The students are dumb if they got into this school. Surely they realize their friends are missing.
時坂先生、何でもありませんわ。この子が少々騒いでおりましたので、
You are a
指導をした
student.
だけです。
You are a kid. You're not the teacher. What's going on here?
そうですわね。あなたにも失礼なことしたわね。でもどんなことがあれ、騒いではなりませんよ。
Assaulting one of my students is simply rudeness if it's you doing it.
何でしょうか。
Detention is what's going on.
何でもありませんわ。
So, can we ask the first year what exactly happened here? What was said? We're not gonna follow up on this?
おや時坂先生。構いませんよ。お忙しいのでしょ？
Yeah, sure. Busy.
そうですか。何か分かったのですね。
Gonna blow it wide open soon. But no good news.
他の学園ですが、同年代ですね。
Inclines his head, so he doesn't
黒い
know?
卵。
Hmm.
いえ、ちょっと分かりませんね。
Has Nene learned anything else? Excuse me.
時坂先生があると。
Oh no, my hearing's gone. A few decibels.
遅刻してたでしょ。
Aw, she's so happy to see us. She misses us. But we're gonna have to pull out of this whole teacher thing soon enough. Now that the bodies are piling up.
探偵の仕事？
That was at her interest. She wants detective information for her new book.
ああ、そういうこと言うんだ。せっかく耳寄りな情報を持ってきてあげたのに。
Juicy information?
ふーん、そんな態度で聞こうとする人には教えられないよ。
Okay, time to threaten her with the grades. Detention for a month if she doesn't tell us.
ちょっと聞かなくてもいいの？大スクープってやつだよ。なんか腹立たしい言い方だけど、あのね、井の頭公園でバラバラ事件があったでしょ。まだ身元も犯人も分かってないやつ。
So.
1年の子がさ、事件があったすぐ後かな。
She
公
saw
園
the
で
Black
黒い
Madonna
聖
in the
母を見
park.
たんだって。お、反応したね。まあ、もともと私が教えてあげた話だもんね。
This feels like it's just rumor mongering. Like in Saipan we had the legend of the White Lady. They're just spreading urban legends, not even rumors.
まあ、結局のところ、それは黒い聖母なんかじゃなくて、黒い布をかぶって遊んでた子供なんだけどね。当時子じゃないやい。
Mistook some kid for the Black
そう
Madonna.
らしいよ。つまり彼女も例の噂を知っていたということさ。もちろん彼女だけじゃない。噂を知っている1年生は結構増
Isn't
えて
this
いるみたいだ
diluting the
ね。
usefulness of the Black Madonna angle then?
人数は少ないよ。ただここだけじゃなく他のとこにも
So
何
it's
人か
not just
噂
the
を知ってい
school.
る人
Other
はいる
schools
み
know
たい。
about the Black Madonna. Other schools that might have victims wrapped in black
トシコって
shawls.
あれ？
We actually used the correct name? We did! We caught her Suzuriko!
あ、うん、多分ね、知っているはずだよ。
At the beginning of the year, before Nishizono Yui had even disappeared, there was already the rumor.
少しは役に立った？
Literature girl, what do you know about any literary references? She's in the club, right? Well, she's an author.
だから。
You know, back when I was playing this game a lot and trying to like get all the roots back in the day, I don't think I ever got her route. There's like a lot you gotta do. There's a lot of text to mash through and options to take. But she is actually one of my favorite characters.
Tokisaka 先生。先生。
Don't tell me I actually built up enough positive Orihime points that we're getting a death. Scared of something?
何でもありません。失礼しました。
It was the magazines, wasn't it? We have made her a target.
Are? 時坂先生じゃないか。しっかりと夜に眠っているはずなんだけれどね。まだ眠いや。もう少し寝ようかな。
I mean, sleep's important for the young. They got developing brains and biologies they gotta take care of.
あ、そうだ。明日美術館に行くだろ。
Yeah, don't think I've forgotten. And then the murder's gonna happen, we can't do the art museum right.
覚えていないじゃないか。マミや心臓だよ。探偵さんは興味のないことに関しては物覚えが悪いんだね。
Need to have a certain amount of composure to appreciate works of art.
あら、時坂先生じゃないですか。どうなさったんです？私にですか？
どうやら私はお邪魔虫のようだね。それじゃ時坂先生、明日よろしく頼むよ。
あら、今日は随分と素直だったわね。最近は多いわね。休み時間などにやってきては軽く仮眠をとっているようよ。
At least the school is nice enough to allow that. Draconian in every single way.
さあ、どうなんでしょうね。
Nene at least has enough professionalism not to talk too much about her patients. Oh, she doesn't know.
あの年頃だといろいろあるのよ。それで聞きたいこととは何かしら。それはいくら事件を調査しているとはいえ、
To a man,
外部の男性に
this is a professional situation here. We're trying to solve their murders.
何ですか？それは一番答えにくい問題ですね。
Single hardest answer? It's easy, yes or no?
こういった件はこの学院では禁忌とされているのよ。わかるでしょ？
That's a yes.
ここが
That's
ど
a
れだけ
yes.
世間体を気に
But
して
the
いるの
school's
か。
got an appearance to make.
西園さんと今村さんね。確かにあなたの考えている通りよ。妊娠して下ろしているわ。中野にある朽木病理学研究所よ。
The cheeky
さっきまで
pathological
ここにい
research
た
institute in
朽木さんのおじいさまが
Monaco.
所長を務めていらっしゃるわ。
Oh yeah, that would be Toko the Greater's grandfather's place. Is that a connection? No, it wouldn't be. It's just a big hospital. People go to big hospitals.
産科の山之内先生が担当のはずよ。ここへも定期検診などで来てもらっているわ。
She comes here for the periodic health examinations. That'd probably be why then. If that particular doctor is familiar with these students, they might be most comfortable going to her.
構わないわよ。おそらく病院にいるでしょうから。
おや、時坂先生。
Muska.
先ほどお手洗いに行ったようですから、すぐ戻ってくると思いますよ。
Just went to the bathroom.
最近頭痛がひどくて、体調が優れないんですよ。
Teaching, am I right? Am I right, fellas?
空いている時間に中野にある病院へ行っているん
He
で
also
すが、
goes to the same hospital.
なかなか良くなりませんよ。
Everyone goes to Toko the Greater's grandfather's hospital in Nakano.
ああ、よくご存知で。そうか、朽木さんとよく話されていますから
Oh
ね。
no, the other teachers have noticed how we pay a special attention to Toko.
時坂先生、気をつけてくださいね。ここしばらくは学年主任の先生が長期
Hey,
出
miss.
張で留守にしているから大丈夫で
Is
す
that
け
a
ど、
chair person instead of business trip?
戻ってきたら
For
学生
now,
の
it's
話
fine.
とてもできませんから。
You see that? They think we're dating. As he twists it around. It's fine, just leave it be then. Thank you, Mason. He is a younger teacher. Does he have closer contact with the students to know about the black egg?
黒い卵ですか？
He's heard the students use the phrase before.
内容までは知りませんが、学生がそんな言葉を使っていたのは聞いたことがありますね。さあ、そこまでは。廊下でただ聞こえ
Did
て
you
きただ
talk
け
in
で
the
すから。
hallways? Maybe it's just me they're uncomfortable with then, because he's heard students talk in the hallways, and all we get is like deathly eerie silence from everybody.
いえ、お礼をされるようなことは何もしていませんよ。
Deathly eerie silence. People who know what's approaching us. And Orihime beating people up.
おや、時坂先生、どうかしましたか？ねえ、存じてます。お気をつけて。
Be careful. You're totally blowing our cover, Veep. And then, out of nowhere, we see Toko, because it's Toko's grandpa's hospital. No sign of energy. That's even worse for our healthcare workers.
これ、そちらは関係者以外入ってはならんよ。
Is that you, Grandpa?
見たところ、患者というわけでもなし。
I don't look like a patient. I have too much life in me. I haven't been fully domesticated. Dr. Yamanouchi?
山之内か。ああ、君が大場女学院から来た方かね。立ち話もなんだ。こちらへ来たまえ。
Director's office. Grandpa then? Grandpa Toko?
所長の朽木安忠だ。君のことは聞いている。
Oh, he knows we're detective.
探偵だそうだね。君が何を調べようがこちらの感知するところではない。
That's easy enough.
患者に迷惑はかけないでくれたまえ。
So long as he answers accurately, we won't go door to door screaming at his patients. Best friends, students down here, teachers and staff. Parent, child, so grandparent, grandchild. Page is getting so filled out. Work related.
用事があるのは山之内くんだったね。今案内させるからしばらく待っていたまえ。
And then it turns out she's dead. A loose end, silenced. A split end, trimmed. Mamaya Shinzo art. Oh, he's also into Mamaya Shinzo. Cositas? Cositas? From Dante's Inferno? The lowest level where Satan himself resides in ice?
間宮先生の絵に興味があるのですか？
Is he an actual artist? Mamaya. Oh. No. It's for the game only. It's okay, it's not spoilers for me because I played it before. And the Google blurbs aren't giving me too many informations.
彼は私の古い
An old friend of his.
この絵も彼から直接譲ってもらったものだよ。
It's pretty sinister then.
ああ、すまない。麻酔科の医師で私がいない時の所長代理も務める村瀬君だ。
村瀬直樹です。よろしくお願いします。
This guy doesn't look sinister at all, does he?
産科の山之内先生のところへ案内します。こちらへどうぞ。まったく、どういうつもりなんだ、うちの所長は。
What? Allow me to detect.
部外者の、しかも探偵ごときにカルテを見せるのが今後どうだ。
We have a need to know. The patient confidentiality is protected otherwise. This is part of our investigation.
ほら、ここだ。さっさと終わらせて、さっさと帰ってくれ。
Excellent bedside manner.
はい、そうですけど。ああ、学生さんのことでお話があるとおっしゃっていた方ですね。私は山之内小春。ここで参加を担当しております。
Where Yui and Haruka had their abortions.
はい、そうです。お二人ともこちらで処置しました。
At least they had it done professionally. It is the 1950s. I don't know what the stigma and availability was like in 1950s Japan. But at least they were safe. They got it done by professionals. It's good women's health. Well,
最近多いんです。あの年頃の少女が妊娠してしまうという事態
a lot recently.
が。先ほども警察から電話がありまして。
Kei and Yumi?
なぜそれを？
Did they also come here then? Wow, the cops really are competent to this universe.
そうですか。
And then in 2 generations from now, it ends up with Gumshoe instead.
ですが、 そうですか。
Not involved, but it does give us a connection.
ええ、妊娠まではいかなくてもその可能性があるという相談もあります。その大場女学院の学生でも。おそらく学院へ幾度か検診に出向いていますから、それで私に相談を持ちかけているのだとは思いますけれど。そうですね。皆さんあまりはっきりということはありませんけれど、
Prostitution or rape?
売春あるいは強姦の末の妊娠である可能性があります。
This gets more sinister and sinister?
恋人との成功の場合とは明らかに態度が違うんです。
Wasn't the attitude of someone having
初
sex
め
with
て
a
生
lover.
命を宿した不安ではなく、名も知れぬ男の子供をはらんでしまった恐怖、
Poor gals.
そういったものを
Aw,
彼
Kaharu.
女たちから感じるん
Really
です。
fitting for her patience. Kind of reminds me of a guy I know. That some of you guys might know too. Who had to give up his medical career. Because each day you're on the job could be somebody's worst day ever. And it's a lot of stress to accumulate in one person. It's heavy work. Same age, same school. A few from other schools. But it is giving us some more threads to tie these murders together. Went from nothing to, well, the more I find out, the worse it gets. Who's this? Highly suspicious behavior. After that bombshell, some coffee please, Black. The inner seats. Okay, private conversation with the cops.
いらっしゃいませ、時坂さん。
They call them inner seats, but no different from the others.
はい、かしこまりました。
あら、大住くん。
おう。
Alright, Grandpa Gumshoe. Time to exchange information.
わかったな。レイジてめえ、病院を突き止めたって。
I was hoping that his attitude right now means that he's found some more unsettling information for himself. Is he mad at us for the hospital?
あの二人か。
Even our two girls? And many others?
そこはどうなんだ。信頼できるところか。そうか。
コーヒーお持ちしました。お仕事頑張ってくだ
Oh,
さい。
nice of her.
あれは
Clearly, Ozumi. She's serving coffee. She's dressed nicely. She's a staff. Product of Takashiro's handiwork.
ああ、通りで仕事中だとわかるわけだ。
When I was working.
その仕事の話だ。被害者の親族について当たっていたんだが、いろいろと分かってきたぞ。
Learn a lot of stuff from the victims' families. Do tell.
まずは小泉圭だ。父親が新興宗教の教祖まがいなことをやって
Battered
い
a
たな。
fake new religion and embezzled donations from his followers.
随分悪どい真似をしていたらしい。
Oh, you know what? That'd be the crime of simony then, right? So we got two connections then. The girls are all students who had had abortions and were possibly part of a prostitution ring, likely against her will. But maybe they do got a sins of the father things going on. Maybe the sins of the father's thing is to obfuscate the actual connection of the abortions and pregnancies and the possible prostitution.
そして滝川由美の母親だが、
Fortune telling.
新宿で滝宮とかいう占い師をしていたらしい。こちらも壺を法外な値段で売ったりして被害者から売って
That'd be the one with the footlet on fire, right? No. Simony is grounded to the earth, put lit on fire. Head turned around as a fortune teller then.
なんだそいつは。だからなんだってんだ。
What does it have to do with it? Has he forgotten our precious corpse already?
ってことは、それを知ってる奴が犯人なのか。被疑者の中でそれを読んでいる奴が怪しいだろうが。
Who to nominate as suspects?
それを今から
Kinda
探
ready
す
for
んだ
that, isn't it? As much as we'd love to make a suspect, we got loads and loads of new connections, but not enough to even guess it a suspect, not even a culprit.
いないこともない。西園由衣に男がいると朝言ったよな。そいつのことが分かったぞ。名前は森夜月。何でも写真家だし。最近はなるらしいぞ。戦地でだって写真を撮っていたやつはいただろう。いいのを新聞屋に持っていけば稼げるんだろうさ。でだ、こいつが西園由衣の写真を撮っているところが何度か目撃されている。どうだかな。雰囲気は淡々としていたらしいが、まだ調べねえとわからん。まだ本人には当たってねえからな。
We have his name, we have his occupation, so it's a matter of time.
そういや、森は明日、上野にある美術館で仕事があると取引
He's
先の雑誌
going
社が
to
言って
the
いた。
art museum tomorrow, the same one that we're escorting the art club to? What a coincidence! Tomorrow's gonna be busy! You just saw him? The guy from the hospital. So you're a photographer, man. What you snooping for? You looking into your girlfriend's disappearance?
話はしたのか。明日捕まえて話を聞き出すべきだ。高城のところか。よくそんな余裕があるな。
Look, it's part of our cover, man. We didn't ask to be part-time history teacher. Even with taking a leave of absence to pursue the investigation more, we still got a chaperone. Step outside and then stabbed. Oh, Toko's mom. What's she doing over here? Does she also frequent the cafe?
いえ、こちらこそ。すみません。ちょっと急いで中野へ行かなくてはなりませんので。
Oh, she's going to the hospital then. Did something happen to Toko?
ええ、それでは。
Work to be done. Well, I don't think there's anything more to find in the Girls' Academy. Moon Road you just came from. Park usually has stuff. Hospital? We could possibly get more stuff out of the hospital. I think the coroner had something she was following up on, right? Art museum we're going to tomorrow anyway. Why don't we go? Park and hospital? You know, Shinjuku Station is gonna have something at some point, I just don't know when. Cause not every place is gonna have someone to talk to every single time. But the only way to know is to go out, check, and make a note of it. Alright, let's get to the hospital. We've already done the worst of what to expect from Takashiro, so we shouldn't need the butterflies anymore today unless we get murdered.
おや、時坂藩。朝来たばかりやないですか。
Don't take this as round 3, we're just here for information. Did you learn anything? Ever the trope of the coroners who eat over the bodies.
今度いかがです枠を取るって指紋ですやろ
Yeah?
まずは時坂藩が持ってきた手紙。これには3人分の指紋がついておりました。一つは時坂藩本人の。
The
あとの
girls.
2つは女の子のやね。
Sato and the letter's authors, right?
指紋からお名前まではわかりまへん。でもまあそうなんやろね。
Two fingerprints, so possibly?
おいで。仏さんの口から出てきた切れ端からは一人だけ。
Matches one of the
手紙に
prints.
ついとったのと同じもんや。
I'm gonna guess it's Yui's.
この段階じゃうちにはどっちかわかりまへん。まあ、それが
Oh, no.
最初のバ
Wait,
ラ
wait,
バラ
no.
の指紋と一致しとったから、おのずと明らかなんやろうけど。
That's the fingerprints for the poem. That doesn't help identification yet. And Yui is the one who was dating the photographer, right? Yui modeled for him, who's suspicious. You were best friends with Sato, and your poem ended up in the mouth of one of our missing persons. It could mean that, or it could mean they got their hands on a notebook.
そうなるかもしれまへんね。ニコイチっていうのが一番可能性高いやろけどな。うちの見立てやとね。母屋がどう結論付けるかは分からへんや。
That's the whereabouts of the missing Nishizane Yui. It could conclude our job for him, but we still got a chaperone. Plus, it's not guaranteed yet. We don't know for sure that it's her body. Okay, let's go to the park. Old, reliable park. Orihime by the water's edge.
いえ、何も。
Turns out the Ice Queen actually has emotions. Don't ask anything, or ask about the rumors. I don't think we built up too many points with her. I don't think it really matters anyway. And I don't think we're getting gold ending anyway either. I'm pretty sure just bumbling through to some bad end. So we'll ask. Nail on the head?
そうですね。私はこれで失礼します。時坂先生。
Wait, the egg motif. Is this what happens? Do the girls in Wonder Egg priority when they aren't successful in their tasks? Oh, there's a blanket? Where is that hiding? I needed that earlier. I was freezing. Yeah, you could wash the dishes every once in a while. Your poor kid's sister going through high school and the murder of her friends has to play maid at home and work.
兄さん。違います、兄さん。お疲れなのではありませんか？
Aren't I tired? Why is she pushing on this? Ah, but emotionally drained. Mentally.
無茶はしないでくださいね。
Hey, Onyx.
ですが、兄さんはいつも本心を表に出そうとはしませんから。もちろん、私の勘違いかもしれません。でも、今の兄さんを見ているのは、たまらなく辛いのです。
Oh. Bit more titillation, teasing for the sister. Just a little bit.
私は、兄さんの
Not
支
as
えにな
much
る
as a
ことがで
requisite
きる
VN shower scene from
それ
earlier,
だけでいいの
from
で
way at
す。
the start. What you digging into, Onyx? Did you find something? Sounds like a can.
兄さん。ええ、もちろんで
Bear
す。
with me for a bit longer, and then I die for getting too many relationship positivity points to somebody.
それでは兄さん、おやすみなさい。
Nah, there hasn't been any sex outside the unskippable mandatory part, so we should be on track to surviving.
兄さんも夜更かしせず、早く眠ってくださいね。
Then again, I'm subtly remembering that there's kind of a gate coming up. What? Oh, is it that there's a gate coming up that's really hard to get past? It's pretty much 15 ways to die if you get stuck on it. Or do we pass that? That might be one that we passed by finding the note in the mouth. I think we did pass it. Because there's a very rough death sequence that once you get pulled into it, it's like a whirlpool that you can't pull out of. I think we got lucky and we're past that one. Chapter 5, Monster Magic. Well, I have to say that I think the dawn of this chapter is where I'm going to call it for the night. Because that's a pretty good place to put it. Exit to main menu, title screen, or the music. Hey Onyx. Onyx, you come to say hello? Wow! You come to say hello at the very end of the stream, Onyx? I'm afraid you're too late, baby. That's it. I'm done for the day. You could say hello, though. Say hello, Onyx. Onyx does not care. Onyx just wants to play. And I guess that's good timing then. It's a good place to stop. And Onyx wants to play anyway. So I'll push the end button. And turns out I'm still on the crab ending. That's okay, we could have crabs. I think next time I'm going to play something else. With the butterflies, I think we can skirt by the eroge parts of the game and just enjoy the mystery and the horror parts. But I'm going to mix it up because VNs are a lot, aren't they? It's taken us like 6 hours just to get to the introduction. So, we'll do mystery game periodically, but not every day, so tomorrow's gonna be something different. Down you go, Onyx. Meow. So tomorrow is going to be something different, and for right now, I'm gonna find someone to toss you guys onto. How's that sound? Good? Who is online this moment? I'm guessing nobody else is really playing Kara no Shoujo since it's only the few videos from 6 to 2 years ago, if you try to browse for it. And there isn't even a category. Twitch uses like a IGDB database or something for their game categorizations. I tried testing it because you could add categories, and I added extra power, star resistance. So if you go to dashboard and try to use the extra power, star resistance category, it's there. And Kara no Shoujo has a category on there, but no category on Twitch. So maybe it's kind of a gray zone if this game is even allowed, but it seems fine. But yeah, for now, I'm going to toss you guys onto FNS. Who's a cool person you guys might recognize from like Will Stream, Punchy Stream, Zoku Stream. Ah, Nix, I'll let you out in a second, I'm ending stream. Alright, the cat really wants me. So I'm going to toss you folks at FNS. Tomorrow, we'll come back doing something new and different. And then more Kara no Shoujo some other time. See you folks around, thanks for hanging. This is Cool Mystery Game, we'll get plenty more deaths later on, I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. But given I forget almost everything, and haven't been using a guide, they'll come up. We'll get our deaths, because a few of those deaths, you gotta clear them early on. Otherwise, they're a-coming. So, you've got that to look forward to. For now, see ya, take care, deuces.